Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon to all my viewers. Sorry for I'm late because it's rainy. No? Before I start, we'll go to preface. By the way, my topic is about salesmanship. So for those interested or for those still scared how to sell the product in a field work, better watch this video. Preface. In the preface to the ninth edition, we related that there had been a made a keynote speaker at the 1971 meeting of the American Marketing Association for more attention to the development of selling skill in our educational programs. It has been particularly satisfying to note a resurgence of interest in the teaching of selling in our educational institution. Student enrollment in selling, is teaching of selling in our student enrollment in selling courses are up significantly. Most interestingly, the members of the 1975 MBA class Southern Methodist University requested a weekend session in selling, which they attend without credit or the official encouragement. They said they saw a real need uh, for persuasive skill in business and realized their deficiency in the art. Since the last edition of this book was written, the role of women in business and thus selling has vastly expanded. It is not just happenstance that in the fall of 1976, 29 of my class of 50 students in selling and sales management were women. 10 years ago, it was most unusual to have more than two or three women in such class. Consequently, a great deal of effort was made to demand the material. Traditionally, selling has been a domain dominated almost totally by men. Thus, it's not surprising that selling terminology is strongly loaded with the masculine word and phrases. While I have tried to use such synonyms as salespeople, sales force, sales representative, sales rep, salesperson, sales agent, and saleswoman. Where possible, there were times when literally smoothness precluded doing so. The word salesman is too generic, ignore completely it. It means a person who sells. More substantively, I have tried to incorporate women into the sales force since they will be playing a significant increasing role in the field in the future. The materials on sales management was expanded two chapters in response to the increased attentions being given in selling classes. More cases were added in response to the observation that they add valuable dimension to sales training. It is somewhat regrettable that because of the future of the nature of selling, there is a dearth of realistic material on what happened during the heart of selling. There is a dearth realistic material on what happened during the heart of the sale. In the presentation, I have recorded numerous actual sales, but the result have not let them shape the to usable cases presentation. They are much too long and many of meaningful messages were not communicated verbally. Sales presentations are loaded with body language that is difficult to relate in cases. As has been case in the presentation, In the previous three editions, increased emphasis has been given to industrial selling. Not only are industrial examples used wherever possible, separate chapter on this industrial selling has been added which discusses the nature of the industrial market. The key aspect of the previous nine edition uh, teachability has been retained. The materials is still presented in the same basic selling system that has been proved by time to be the most effective method for teaching people to sell. Although both Dr. Russell and Dr. Beach have now passed on the selling system they developed survives and continue to the benefits young people and memorial with such they would both be quiet please. Let's go to the topic. By the way, this is only the preface. Mm, Again, selling basics humans behavior. Failure is man's inability to reach his goal in life, whatever uh, they may be. So, selling basics humans behavior. You've been selling since the day you were born. Remember when you wheeled the bicycle from your parents' salesmanship. How about the time you talked the teacher into giving you a higher grade? Salesmanship. Or you first date salesmanship. You sell something several times each day. Like it or not, the question is whether you are good at selling or not because your success in business and in life depends in large part upon your ability to sell yourself, your film, your services, your ideas, and your products to others. The marketing association define selling as the personal or impersonal process of assisting and or persuading of prospective customer to buy commodity or uh, a seller or a service or to act favorably upon idea that commercial significance to the seller. But the principles of salesmanship have far broader scope. We prefer to define salesmanship as the art of persuading another person to do something when you do not have or do not care to exert directly power to force the person to do it. Persuasion, everybody does it. If you own a small business, you would be continually trying to persuade other people to do what you wanted them to do. Lend you money, buy from you, sell to you, work for you properly, pay their bills promptly, or grant you to governmental permission you might seek. Persuasion is the fabric of daily business operation. Moreover, on every turn one must use persuasion in daily living from trying to get the paper carrier to deposit the daily missile on your doorstep rather than in the bushes to persuading your town council not to rezone as industrial the vacant property next to your house. Leadership requires persuasion. The ability to handle people is the basis of leadership in all fields of endeavor, men and women in managerial position in government education. Labor, the armed services, medicine, and business are constantly confronted with the necessity for getting along with others for handling people. And here's the point. This ability to handle people is little more than salesmanship under another name. It is this universal application of the principle of selling which justifies its study by young people, even by those who never expect to be professional salespeople, but who probably aspires to leadership in some area, whether social, professional, political, or business. In this leadership will be attained by those of you who master the art of handling people, of selling ideas to them. A leader is a leader only if there are followers, and the main task is to persuade the followers by one means or another to strive to do what the leader wants done. The uses for salesmanship. To all the sales agent, better watch this video. The uses for salesmanship. You may ask, why should I study salesmanship? That is the question. I'm never going into sales. Perhaps not, but who knows? Millions of people have been unexpectedly thrust into jobs demanding the ability to sell. Even though a person may not engage directly in any kind of selling of work, the hard fact still exists that one can find virtually no occupation or profession does not demand selling skill. Many talented physicians, architects, engineers, scientists, musicians, and lawyers have not advanced professionally because they have failed to recognize the selling aspect of their work. A brilliant electronics engineer, a man who developed numerous valuable patents for his employer, not only was unable to advance into management, but was eventually fired after hours of venting his frustration to a confidant and concluded, I never been able to sell myself or my ideas to other people. To learn what errors people starting their first job should be warned about, a group of vocational teachers wrote to several thousand employers asking them to look up the last three persons dismissed and tell why they had been let go. The teacher had expected a long catalog of reasons. They were amazed that more than two-thirds of the people losing job has been fired for one reason. It was the same in every sort of business for workers of all ages and both sexes. They couldn't get along with other people. Frequently, uh, some people has no intention of going into sales, enter some other department of a business, only to discover that some sales work is expected. Every employee is a salesman. Is a slogan of a great numbers of business, and it can work wonders. The modern marketing concept now embodied in the management's philosophy of most leading corporations claims that all business is selling. The Irving Trust Company, one of New York's leading commercial banks, staged a drive for new accounts that 10 week gained 11,763 new customer. This is a selling job being handled by bank employees from every department. Many people begin their career in some non-selling job only to discover sales to be their forte. Little did James M. Roche, former president of General Motors, dreams in 1927 when he went to work for GM as a statistician that would rise through the sales department to become sales manager of Cadillac in 1957, and 10 years later be placed in charge of all aspects of GM car marketing. Two engineers employed by Beech Aircraft approached one of the authors with a problem for which they found themselves unprepared. How can we persuade our top management to expand our effort in manufacturing cryogenic hardware? They continue, we are convinced that the market for cryogenic hardware will grow rapidly in the next decade. If we don't expand our facilities now in advance of the market's need, we will be left behind by our competitors. Presently, oceanography it's the prime market we would like to develop, but how can we persuade our top management to make the necessary financial commitments to go after this market? A problem of salesmanship. An electrical engineer working full-time for a small electronics company while studying for his master degree was dismayed when given the full responsibility, the product managership for a small line of analytical instrument that the company made for analytical chemistry teachers, one returning from a short trip during which he visited several colleges in the hope of selling some uh, said he confessed, I couldn't sell a one. I just didn't know what to say or to do. It was awful. I thought they would just order to sell, but all they did was ask questions. We It was quickly taken aside from the boss who suggests that even engineers often have to know how to sell something. This same firm had to dismiss a purchasing agent who was an inept salesperson. That's right, even purchasing agent must sell. Prompt deliveries of critical items are crucial to a project profitability. This person had so alienated suppliers that it was impossible to persuade them to do any favors when the needs arose. Top management and selling. It would be difficult, if not impossible, to locate a chief executive who has not spent some significant amount of time in the sales field and who does not even now spend a good portion of time daily selling something. Mm. Indeed, in this age of a large-scale manufacturers selling to equally large mass distributors, the importance of top-level selling has greatly increased. Sales management reported. There are a variety of reasons why the top man is spending more of his time on the road. Consolidation of accounts into more a bigger chains or group buying offices makes the individual transaction far more substantial and meaningful than ever before. The sale is bigger and means more to the company. The buying influence cannot be reached by anything less than a top level. Salesman, industrial buyer have been showing an increased tendency to marry suppliers of regularly purchased commodities. The size and long-term nature of such arrangement may mean transaction at the highest marketing. Shout out to Sarawat, Sir Burr. Thank you po for visiting my channel. Thank you po. My topic is about salesmanship. Okay, let's proceed. The article also reported that the increased use of large buying committees that prefer to remain anonymous and secluded many times requires a big title to penetrate the barriers against personal contact. All of which simply means that is many situations of the most important and effective salespeople are its top executive and you are not up a PT to become one without selling skills. Salespeople, their people role in society. Competition is keen. We must recognize that the most business concerns are in the competition, a competition that is often fierce, with many firms striving to sell a similar product to the same buyers for essentially the same price. It is the persistence of this competition which makes selling necessary an economic society in which much of the business is done in a free market. It is a marvelous complex network of individual and institution whose relationship with a minimum with each other are maintained in such a way the system function as desired with a minimum of friction. Each cog is the concept we call society perform definite function that the culture deems necessary. When certain cogs no longer do things the society values, they are discarded. Witness the near dismiss of rail travel in favor of driving or flying, the rise of television and decline of motion pictures, the advent of synthetic fibers, and the fading away of the natural ones. Salespeople are an economic institution in our society. Selling is a service that society has found must be done. Society is both ruthless and benevolent, ruthless in eliminating unwanted firms, activities, or people, benevolent in rewarding those who give it what it wants. The salespeople must be performing function which society values or they would have been eliminated. However, the duties of salespeople are forever changing, and some commentators on modern marketing suggest that unless the changes with times, they may find themselves uh, non-essential. What factor are operating bring about these changes? First, uh, there is the massive advertising manufacture of brands which establishes a preference for those. First, there is the massive advertising of manufactured brands, which establishes as preference for these brands among millions of consumers. When this is accomplished, dealer virtually forced to carry such brands, and little salesmanship is required to persuade them to do so. Second, gigantic retail organization or gigantic retail organizations are buying more and more through committees instead through departmentals by the manufacturers sales committee are being governed more and more by the answer given by a computer which has been fed data concerning sales of each item, profits, margin, turnover, shelf space needed, etc. It is difficult to do much creative selling to an electronic computer. Third, in the largest chain, the buying decision may rest with the very top executive, and the people and these people may prefer to deal with the counterpart in the manufacturer organization rather than with some sales that even the purchasing agent of some being manufacturer may not possess final excuse me final buying authority on important items. This authority may reside higher up where it is hard for the salesperson to climb to. Despite the varying demands placed upon selling by the changing time, several definite functions will always remain to be performed. The salesperson must dispense innovation, possess knowledge, facilitate consumption, act as channel of communication with the market, and service the trade. Dispenser of innovation. In our society, we welcome the new rather than penetrating and clinging to the old. Compared with the past or with many other countries today, our rate of innovation is staggering. The certified grocers of California reviews each week 252 new products. Of these, an average 50 of 57 will be accepted, 50 old ones will be dropped to make room. The life cycle of products is growing shorter as fast as new one item reach the markets. Two things to do the job better are coming out of the laboratory. But innovation is of a little value to society until it is brought out of the laboratory and the warehouse. New products and services are of value only when knowledge of them is expressed to those who can use them. How can a shipping room supervisor keep up with all new techniques and products that will help to handle goods or more easily and cheaply? How, how can the accountant know about all the innovation in data processing? How can the marketing manager know about the latest development in packaging materials? How can the electronics engineer keep abreast of availability of the latest development in various components? How can the physician keep with the development, keep with the latest drug? The answer to all of these questions is the same. These all cannot by themselves possibly keep informed concerning all the innovation affecting their field. On a study of physicians and their information concerning the drugs prescribed clearly proves the importance of the manufacturer sales people in the process. In reviewing several independent studies on the subject of the drug distribution and the physician, the evidence is quite clear that the doctor rely on the salesperson calling upon them for important information concerning new drugs more than on any other single course. In each study, the drugs detail, detailers were given a strong vote of confidence. The pharmaceutical rep calls on physicians to inform them of new developments and products. The BCMD depends upon this representative to keep abreast of new drugs, their characteristics and their side effects. The sales reps for packaging concern call regularly upon marketing managers and other executives connected with packaging of products so that they can consider uh, the latest packaging ideas for the use in their business. Without selling, the process of introducing innovation would be greatly impressed because people have neither the time nor the inclination to be continually seeking out the newest development in their field. Emerson was removed from the realities of life when he said, "Build a better mousetrap." The word, your latest mousetrap, let alone the location in your door. Innovation, no matter how meritorious, do not sell themselves. Eli Whitney could find no buyers for his cotton gin and was impoverished at one time that he was compelled to borrow a suit of clothes to make a public speech. Jacquard, the French inventor of the loom, the promised to revolutionize the production of lace, was beaten and mobbed by his fellow townspeople because they thought that he was robbing them of their opportunity to earn a living. Edison was compelled to install his incandescent light in an office building free of charge to persuade anyone to give them a trial. Charles Newbold invented an iron plow in 1797, expecting that it would quickly supplant the clumsy and short wooden plow then in use. These wooden plows are only scratch the surface of the soil, were so dull that it required a small herd of oxen to pull one, whereas the new iron plows not only penetrated the ground more deeply but could be pulled by one team of oxen. But Mr. Newbold struggled 4 years to convince the farmers that the iron plow would not poison the soil and kills the seeds planted in it. It took King Gillette 5 years to sell his first 7 safety razor. Few business executives would undertake to produce any new products if they did not have available the means to sell. Without aggressive selling, our economy would bog down and new improved products and services would not be brought forward for the betterment of our lives. No manufacturer would take such a chance and no investor would risk their capital in such a hopeless venture. Aggressive selling, uh, aggressive selling has been an important factor in making available wider range of constantly improved products. The skeptic may claim that this innovation dispensing function of selling a great magnify here. However, any executive who has frequent contact with salesmen and saleswomen should recall that they spend much of their times selling something new. We should also remember that even well-established products still require selling. Millions of new buyers enter the market each year, buyers who have not heard the story. Every product is new and unfamiliar to many potential buyers, and even the old familiar products are constantly being improved, and each improvement must be sold. Moreover, many products are both so seldom that even present users have not kept abreast of development and are surprised to discover the significant changes that have taken place since the last bout of camera, typewriter, corn planter, lawn mower, or office machine. Possessor of knowledge. The salesman and saleswoman are experts who should uh, who should know more about their products and the problems they will solve than any other person. This knowledge function is so important that it is entirely devoted to it. But product knowledge is only part of the story. The seller must also know how to the product will solve the customers problems and must know their application. An IBM sales representative might know the computer inside out, but how many sales would be made if the rep were unable to show the prospective customer how the computer could be used in the customer business. Catalytic agent in the consumption process. Considerable friction exists in the marketplace, thus stifling consumption. People want all sorts of goods and services, but many times natural inertia keeps them from satisfying this desire, and this slow down and disrupt our economy if goods and services are not bought in sufficient volume, and today the necessary volume is extremely large. People producing them lose their jobs. Consumption is necessary for employment. Selling lubricants and stimulate consumption by reducing the inertia. Excuse me. inertia inherent in people, not only to the persuade powers of the salesperson attempt to overcome such inertia such inertia and encourage people to go ahead and buy what they want. But in many cases, these powers make buying easier for consumer. Intelligence agent. One of the growing problems in our huge complex society is that communications between the market and the market. In old days, the shoemakers knew his market personally. His customer told him exactly what to make for them. Today, middlemen, advertising, retail clerks, etc., uh, have been inserted between the shoe manufacturer and the shoe consumer. Yet the basic problem is still exists of communicating consumer desires back to the market. This essential function is performed largely by salespeople. One manufacturer of men's lock for the collegiate market was caught napping 1 year when his style changes. College men wanted a slack with distinctly tapered look, but he was producing one with a full leg. The manufacturer detected the problem when retailers told the retailers had learned of it from their clerks who were continually in contact with the ultimate consumer. Many of the product advance of Mack truck comes from the suggestion by sales personnel. The ideas flow from field sales representative to sales management to engineer. Firms without sales representative is the field may not know what is really going on in the market. One firm selling supply to Flora wholesalers by the direct mail was being run out of the market by a competitors which was given an additional 10% free goods deal under the table to key wholesale accounts who agreed dropping but did not to know why. Fortunately, a friend of the company eventually told of the competitor practice and the firm was able to counter the problem before it was bankrupt. However, this is delay seriously injured the firm. Sales reps would have uncovered this practice quickly when calling upon friendly wholesaler. Service function. The selling job does not end once the prospect has given an order, as will uh, be examined in any great salesman know that when he gets an order, he has just started to work for the customers. And a salesperson may perform many services for prospect before making the first sale. As is stressed throughout this, people do not buy products, but rather they buy benefits, and they do not get them. They will exist dealing with that source. The IBM sales rep selling an electronic computer must have made certain that it is operating properly, that the customer personnel know how to operate it, and that the programming satisfactorily solve the customer problem. Furthermore, the salesperson will try to learn or devise new ways in which the buyer can use the machine. A Remington Rand salesman whose only account is a large bank in New York has spent many nights at the bank helping out with the same urgent workload. He constantly asks himself, how can I be of the most assistance to my customer? A sport saleswoman called upon a small apparel dealer that had a serious overstock of outerwear, thereby reducing its open-to-buy budget. The representative spent no time trying to sell her line, but rather spent hours planning a promotion that reduced the dealer's outwear inventory and created a loyal customer. A salesman for a pencil manufacturer asked to see the orders sent by an prospect salespeople. He found them hard to read because soft pencil had smudged originals and made poor carbons. Hard pencil made a good carbons but faint original. The salesman recommended a certain grade, demonstrated it, and sold thousands to that manufacturer who insisted that every one of the sales reps use them. The service attitude. The attitudes towards life which emphasize service to society characterize many young people. They join Peace Corps, work with underprivileged children, etc. This is outgoing attitude also characterizes many salesmen. So this is not only fine ethical standard, it is truly practical as well. When the seller is interested in obtaining repeat business from the customer, this idea of mutual profit and satisfaction assume more importance that it does not when the salesman does not expect ever to see the buyers again. But even here, the salesman know that the buyer will talk so that the smart one makes certain that the buyer will say nice things about him. This idea of a permanent continuous relationship between salesman and customer, what was John Wanamaker, farm retailer of Philadelphia and New York, insisted upon his concept of real salesmanship. It is related the Wanamaker determined to improve the quality salesmanship in his store sent for a certain teacher of salesmanship. After listening to him, Wanamaker said, "Now I have your story. Your statement has been general, but I want to ask you one question." Okay, take note for this for the sales agent or salesman field work or department store. What is the center of your proposition? Your type of salesmanship training? That is the question. The man replied, "The center is my definition of salesmanship, which is the art of persuading people to buy what you have to sell." The great merchant's prince sat silent for a moment and then said, "That will be all. I do not think I am interested in your proposition." He then sent for another expert in sales training work and asked the same question. To which reply was, "My definition of salesmanship is this: the art of successfully demonstrating the merits of the goods and the service of a house that a permanent customer is made." Wanamaker immediately exclaimed, "Fine, that's exactly what I have been looking for." So remember this, sales agent, salesmanship, salesman, or reps. The salesperson who hold to this ideal for service in all their dealings really serve three groups of people: their customer, their employees, and themselves. They serve the customers by aiding in this wise selection of goods. They serve their employee by building up as a clientele of satisfied users who were all sold upon the basis of their own needs rather than the needs of the seller. Uh, they serve themselves by establishing a reputation for fair dealing, which result in consumer confidence, goodwill, and future business. The sales, A sales has been defined as a solution of a problem. The buyer is not looking for a product or a service, but rather is seeking a solution to a problem. The salesman who carries in the prospect a helpful idea is likely to carry out an order for his product. The Chicago-based department store chain Carson Perry Scott and Co. tells its new salespeople, serve when you sell. Put yourself in your customer place. So, yan. Remember this sole agent. Malakas po ba ang ulan sa inyo? And give the service that you would expect the most important rule of the superior salesmanship. Always advise the customer for her own best interests. That service sellings, that Carson sellings. Of an outstanding salesman who sold to repeat customer, it was said he didn't have any customer, he had only friends. To this man customer, he was never a salesman, just an always helpful friend. Service to the buyers may be big. Here are the plans and specification for that blasting job you have to do. Said the industrial salesmanship to contractor working of the new estate. Toll road through the hills has laid out the complete picture of the placement of the blast with full details of needs, supplies, and with all costs estimated. Or service to the buyer may be small. Told me this morning that you were having trouble with that spring on your big machine, phoned the saleswoman to a customer. As soon as I got back to the plant, I asked one of our people about it, and he said it can be fixed with only slight adjustment. If you have one of your people call him in the morning, he will be very glad to give instructions only exactly big or small. The spirit service was work making friends and making sales. A word of caution: when offering help or advice to a prospect, avoid assuming patronizing air. Listen to the prospect problem and avoid the attitude of a superior. You and your prospect must tackle the problem together and reach its solution together. Again, remember this to all sales agent or sales rep. The modern concept of salesmanship. When you grasp the true role of salesmanship is in society, you no longer place much emphasis on overpowering personality, a blatant line of sales talk, and a liberal use of high-pressure tactics to get an order. Prospects have seen so many sales reps of this sort that they recognize the type, regard them as nuisance, nuisances, and give them but a short hearing, if any. With this elevation in the standard of salesmanship has come an improved position of salespeople socially. Now they are regarded as necessary and respectable part of our social and economic structure. The very term salesman or saleswoman is being redefined. The medicine man of the movies has given way to the pharmaceutical expert equipped to brief the doctor and the pharmacist on the virtue of the latest wonder drug. The life insurance agent has been replaced by the chartered life underwriter and the estate planner, while the furniture salesman has become an interior designer. The former paper bag sales rep is now a packaging consultant. The sales rep is now regarded as an expert, a person professionally trained, competent to render highly valuable service. Even the ethical attitude of salesperson is changing. It is not uncommon for a salesperson to advise the prospects against buying. Even though a sales might easily be made, true salesman will frequently advise a customer not to buy a certain shoe even though an immediate sales may be lost thereby. There is no better way to win confidence of customer than by proving that their interests are supreme. A truck salesman told a prospect that he did not yet need to track, but that when his business reached a certain figure, he would be wise to invest one. The prospect waited until his business had grown to the volume specified, sent for the salesman and told him to prescribe the type of truck needed. No competition was invented by the buyer, for he had confidence in the salesman. Question: can salesmanship be? That is the question. This is a logical question at this point. The best answer is found in the experience of hundreds of well-managed corporations which have for many years trained ortho their salesperson by every device known to educator. They have demonstrated over and over again that the trained salesperson can far outsell the undertrained one. Would such firm as IBM, National Cash Register, Armstrong Corp, and its parent maintain expensive sales training school for people if they were not convinced that people can be taught how to sell? Many of these concerns prefer to hire bright young people who have had no selling experience in the belief that they can more easily be taught to sell properly if they have not had their minds confused by some misguided salesman or the old school. The Xerox Corporation advertises that its educational division is prepared to offer a sales training course specially designed for any client willing to pay $50,000 for it, which has enjoyed great success when used by various clients, among them Massachusetts Mutual, Southern Railway, WR Grace Diamond, Alkali, and Commercial Credit. Gains in sales are said to reach from 5 to 10%, a figure which would delight any sales managers. Johnson and Johnson increased the sales of its products in chains and independent drugstore by as much as 300% through training courses for retail sales people. To get rich quick ads for sales job has given people the wrong ideas about selling. Many people who would have otherwise made excellent salesmen and saleswomen have been shunted into other fields of endeavor because of unfortunate experience on their first sales job. Without proper training, they were thrust into the field only to experience humiliating failure for which they were not prepared. The adage that salesmen are born and not made has caused untold damage because it leads the uninformed to believe that all person has to do is grab some film sample kit and go into the field. If one is born a salesman, then success will quickly follow. And if one is not so endeavor, it will quickly be found out. This is the utter nonsense. Such people are usually doomed to failure before they make their first call. Selling is a complicated art which takes several years to master. It is incredible to observe the ego of many would-be salesmen, the doctor, lawyer, CPA, and plumber all realize that they must be spend years studying and practicing their trades before they can be considered proficient. Not the born salesman, he is a superman who can give the product a quick once. Once over and sell it's right away, of course. This attitude gets neophytes into trouble quickly. They learn the hard way that they must study and practice the art just as any other professional must have been must before they gain proficiency. The principle of salesmanship can be taught and learned just as surely as those of agriculture, engineering, law, or medicine. As in these other occupations, the student is not a skilled practitioner until a wholesome amount of practical experience has been enjoyed. But a student will become a skilled doctor or salesperson much more quickly by absorbing the principle and by not attempting to learn entirely by the method of trial and error, a method likely to be rather rough on both parties. Modern psychologists tell us what we are molded more by our environment than by our heredity. They insist that it's impossible even to alter personality by training. Some assert that proper environment and training can materially raise one IQ. The young person aspiring to a career in sales should be heartened by the news that nearly everything essential to selling success can be acquired, assuming normally physical and mental assets. The old saying that salesmen are born and not made is no more true of salesmen and whose salesmen and saleswomen than of singers or artists or writers or athletes. Perhaps not nearly so true, a person of average natural endowments can make himself a good salesman if he is willing to put forth for the acquired effort, even though he could never hope to become a great athlete or singer. Reggio, former president of the American Tobacco Company and known as one of the country's finest salesmen, bluntly asserts salesmen are made, rarely are they born, and generally then when the so-called born salesman gets into rough going, he fails. To all my friends and viewers, small YouTuber, this is my discussion question. Number one, especially for all sales agents, all sales reps. No, sales rep means sales representative. Discussion question. Number one, what do you expect of the salespeople with whom you do with the salespeople with whom you do business? Number two, you have decided to make accounting your career. In what ways would you have need for selling talents? What common situation would you be facing that would require such abilities? Number three, what makes you the maddest in your dealings with salespeople? Number four, what is a born salesman? Five, if I never see another life insurance salesman, it it will be too soon. I don't understand how they serve any function at all. A freshman student uttered this word. How would you answer him? Number six, why are top managers called upon to sell? Seven, why do widely criticized door-to-door sales rep still exist? If it is true, what the society eliminate those is no longer needs. Number eight, why do many people dislike salesmen and saleswomen? And number 10, think of some professional person such as doctor, lawyer, or professor and itemize the situation in which he has or she has need for salesmanship. Okay, for the old salesmanship, let's do this case study. So, what listen and listen carefully. Let open your mind, your ear, no? Just relax. Let's go to the case study. Case 1-1. Electronetics Incorporated or sales representation in the defense of electronics industry. Gentlemen, the next item on our agenda is the matter of our representation in Washington, D.C., said Mr. Arthur, President of Electronetics Incorporated, of Palo Alto, California, to his board of directors at its annual meeting in 1977. Electronetics Incorporated had been formed in 1942 to manufacture highly classified electronic devices for use by Allied armed forces. After World War II, the firm introduced several commercial products such as an automatic garage door opener, an FM deviation meter instrument for analyzing chemical compounds, and electric filters, but defense contracts remain the backbone of its sales volume. The marketing of all commercial products was separate from the procurement of defense contracts. The company defense contracts were obtained either by bidding of on IFB invitation for bids issued by the Department of Defense or by the negotiation with some branch of the services for some special item. The company was particularly well equipped to develop or manufacture. The firm obtained most of the defense volume from nearby defense contractor and installation simply because it is maintained an excellent facilities that happen to be most convenient to use because of the firm's location. Such business was obtained through the efforts of Mr. Arthur or one of his vice presidents. No sales representative were employed in the western region. However, the company retained NADCO, a sales agency for Marconi, a Canadian electronics manufacturer, as its sales representative on the East Coast. NADCO was located in Washington, D.C., but had reps traveling to key military bases such as Cape Kennedy, Huntsville, Monmouth, and Norfolk. On Mr. Arthur trips to Washington, NADCO had been quite helpful in lining up interviews for him and escorting him into the proper offices. Mr. Arthur had remarked many times it's quite easy to get lost in Washington. Shout out Min Kuracha. Shout out Kuya Bendix, meron pala tatthumbs up na ako. And shout out Andre Zahiga, shout out. NADCO received for its effort a 5% commission on all contracts, obtained through its effort with a minimum fee of $50,000. The minimum fee was justified by the number of small details contracts that had to be made. continually in the execution of defense constructs on other constructs coming out of NADCO region, but not obtained throughout this effort. Its fee was negotiated. For example, electronics had just received a $5 million IFB contract from Fort Monmouth Signal Corps, in which NADCO played no part. It was open bid situation. However, its services were required in handling the multitude of paperwork and details that go along with such contracts, so a fee of 1% was agreed upon as being a fair payment for service rendered on this one contract. Mr. Arthur continued, as you know, we have at many times in the past questioned the effectiveness of NADCO in representing our interests in Washington. After all, its principal Marconi is interested in many of the same contracts that we are. It is difficult to single out any one of contract that we have obtained solely because of their effort. It always seems as if we have to go out. Halos sa may isang oras na rin ako. Bali ito is case study na po to, no? Case-1. So kanina diniscuss ko po yung about salesmanship, no? So ito po ay isang case study that you will be challenged and you can answer by yourself. And get the business ourselves and then are willing to back at us on its in Washington. The question I now wish to put before you is, should we now hire a full-time man to represent us in the Eastern markets? He would live in Washington and would have good working knowledge of the defense electronics business. Mr. Anderson, an outside director who was also on the boards of several other companies in the defense industry, asked, I have been wondering if we shouldn't include in this discussion the question, do we really need any representation in Washington at all? It always seemed to me that this guy just hanging around waiting for us to do all the work, is getting a big contract, and then they wine and dine us while we're in DC, winding up in the details. For all the dough that we pay them, we can well afford to buy our own brews. Just how realistic it is to expect us to be able to hire the caliber of man who could really do us some goods in Washington. Number one, what function would a Washington representative perform for electronics? Be specific. That is first question. Number two, about how much would it cost maintain a Washington representative? That is number two. And number three, what are the pros and cons and of keeping NADCO versus hiring a company representative versus having no representative? Case study 1-2. To sink or swim is school of sales training. I once had a friend indicate annoyance that an acquaintance made so much more money than her husband. She felt that this was very unfair as her husband was an engineer with a lengthy education while the acquaintance was just a salesman. In her mind, a salesman was a slick, superficial person who win and dine client, spend long hours on the golf course, and with very little effort received large order while her husband toiled long hours without receiving the recognition and money by he was due. Little do most people realize that creativity, hard work, and patience that selling involves. Unfortunately, it is also a field that is often viewed without distrust and suspicion. I was thrown by accident into the field of selling and can only say that it was the most fantastic advantage that had ever come my way. It it came to me a shock at an early point in my life that despite what my mother said, being a nice girl, loving everybody and smiling, a lot just didn't always cut it, especially in the business world. I had hint of what was to come when I obtained as much so after job junior years in high school. The job consisted. Shoutout po kay Clarence Magbanwa. No? Bali ano po to, topic ko salesmanship. So nasa case study po tayo, no? Pwede niyo reviewin to pag natapos yung video ko. The job consisted of waiting a lunch counter in a truck stop and my boss couldn't have been kinder. 3 months later, he begged me with tears in his eyes to quit and promised me a chicken fried steak once a month. To boot, I had dropped dinner plates confused, order forgotten silverware, and my definition of a 5 cents ice creams one cone was decidedly over generous. One thought cheaper left me a dime daily floating in the leftover gravy in his plate. And I, being an incurably optimist, never did recognize the insult. The crowning blow came when I broke the Swedish ice cream machine have never liked me, but it wasn't everyone in Malta, Montana who had Swedish ice cream machine, and my boss was heartbroken. Needless to say, I'm always very sympathetic to waitress. This was the beginning of a long series of embarrassing incidents. At the age of 24, I arrived in a lab back with one starving college student, husband, 1 month riding infant, daughter, and no mercy or no job. I began to feel that maybe mother and had a point when she said, "You can't live on love alone." Then followed 3 months on job hunting, anxiety, and terrible battle with the Texas Employment Commission because I turned down a job with collection agency. I had been so bad at collection when the working for the phone company in Montana that I had hid bills the tune of thousands of dollars in my desk. One day I wandered into the lab back Sunday Sun, a shopper, and applied for a job. And to my utter amazement, the personal manager, after talking to me a great length, hired me for selling. My first day on the job, I was told to go out and sell sa six on the charts page. This consisted of full page with a religious picture and sign picture and message. Very Baptist in appearance. Each sig listed a business including the address and phone numbers and sold for $10. This way the page was not only paid for but hopefully brought the publisher much needed revenue. As for the participating merchants, this was their chance to impress upon the community that they were of Christians nature and could be trusted. Aimlessly I wandered down Main Street and random wander into a lavish dress store owned by the Bell brothers. Bracing myself, I marched up to a heavy-set man who had been pointed out to me as the owner, and after introducing myself, I immediately launched into the advantages of being on the charts page. Before I could continue, Mr. Scavel interrupted to say, yes, it would be noble gesture. Yes, the page was lovely, but my dear girl, I'm Jewish. I was taken aback as I looked at him closely. Good heavens, my first Jewish gentleman. And he looked just like my uncle, but after all, being from Montana, I had never known anyone Jewish. Everyone there was Swedish, German, or Indian, looking around me in amazement and little uh, embarrassed by the amused onlookers, I replied, "Oh, Mr. Skibber, this is such a lovely store. Do you only sell the Jewish customer? Think how impressed the Christian customer will be when they see you on the church page. This will show you respect their religious views and make very good impression." This delightful man looked at me for a few moments, threw his head back and laughed. He signed a 6-month contract. That day I signed up almost every Jewish merchant in town off the charts page to the utter amazement. Giddy with excitement, I found myself working 10 and 11 hours a day and loving it. Home, bring home 50 to $100 monthly bonus gave me a marvelous feeling, marvelous feeling of power. Again, this is a case study was 1-2. I was then introduced to the Ben Switzerland course similar to Dale uh, Carnegie in many fabulous books on positive thinking and salesmanship. The publisher was very eccentric man with some extremely wild views that got me into some awkward situation. I must also add that I remember him that got me into fondly and with amusement. He was tremendous teachers. He wrote scathing editorials that were anti-Semitic. There went my Jewish contract, anti-Kennedy, anti-government, etc. Once I was attacked by outraged Jewish merchant, Catholic priest, and college professor all in one day. Once upon returning from a potential sales, the publisher asked me why I hadn't sold an ad, and I replied that the client had asked me to do things that I wasn't sure that I could do. What would you rather be fired for doing something or doing nothing? Was Tears' reply. One of the things I found most depressing was the fighting over accounts. Often I would bring in ad from a business that hadn't advertised in months only to have someone size it claiming that they had called on it first. It was annoying to me that such fierce fights could erupt over the few pennies in commission. Yet I need the commissions as desperately as anyone. Jealousy and pettiness run I noticed that there were no friendship within the company. I finally came to one conclusion. I would not lower myself to such tactics. I would keep right on selling. They couldn't take everything. I found that selling can be a gift that requires sensitivity. This very sensitivity can be painful for the salesperson because his ego is right on the line with every call he makes. One of the biggest battles I've had to fight over the years is the fears of rejection. Believe me, it is very hard to take. I could never sell a product or service that I did not believe in, and I look very questioningly at those that can. I feel that one of the things that had given my profession a black eye is the hard pressure salesman who pushes his way into organization, uses every tactics including harassment until is often his really victim signs of the dotted line just to get rid of him in and is filled with resentment afterward. When working in lab back, I made many friends because I sincerely liked my clients and was concerned about their business. I often found myself in the role of advisor. Sincerely. Occasionally, one will run into an impossible client. Only once a lab back did I have a customer treat me without hostility. I was literally thrown out of hardware store. The man rudely told me that the Sunday sun was worthless and yelled at me to get out. I was terribly humiliated. Everything that day had been rough and this was the final straw. I didn't know if I had no more offended over being kicked out or having the paper that I door attack. There was a column called Swap and Shop in which the housewives could run ads to trade items for trading stamp. I have since speculated that many a divorce over trading stamp occurred because it appeared the woman and love back would sell anything for a stamp. Because it appeared the woman and love back would selling anything for stamp, including their husbands, gold clubs, tools, etc. Often without his consent. This was a booming business, so I decided to get revenge with Mr. Hardware Owner, a type of an ad reading 9 by 12 champagne beige nylon carpet, then the rage never used 3 book of stamp and then added Mr. Rude merchant business number. He called me desperately the next day after receiving 93 phone calls. You did that on purpose, he accused. Who, me? I answered uh, innocently. Why, sir? That was just transposed phone number. I realize now that was a very dirty thing for me to pull and can only attribute it to immunity, and it was definitely false advertising. Those 3 years with Sunday Sun were probably the 3 hardest years of my career, but they were the years that made me. For during this time, I learned invaluable lesson. I often hear the elderly man who was the publisher, and he has often said that he taught me everything I know. This may be true, but he also gave me an ulcer. Selling has actually changed my life. It is hard for me to believe that I've survived and met hundreds of deadlines, generated thousands of dollars, and at one time couldn't hold a job. I realize now that and many people have to have a challenge and cannot find it in the ordinary run of the mill position. Everything involves in selling. From day we're born until the day we die, we're selling ourselves to take another look at the enthusiastic young person that approaches you and in so doing puts himself on the line. You may be looking at future Prospero. Question number one. To what would you attribute Mrs. Ma's early success in selling? To, in your opinion, what is the future of women in selling? Okay, that is two questions about my topic. That is a case study. That's one. Dash two. Okay. Min Kuracha, wala kasi akong tubig eh. Wala akong dalang tubig. Shoutout to Luma ko. Shoutout to Angel Balloon. Teka, lagyan ko kayo. Titignan ko kung nalagyan na kita ng jacket. Iyan. Shoutout to darling ko. Yun, Sarawat. Yun, si Sarawat, hindi ko pa nalagyan. Ito yung kanyang ninja pero lagyan ko na rin ng blue. Pag kung gusto mo maano yung tinapi ko kanina, yun yung topic ko sa una, salesmanship. So, meron case study doon. Yung nga, diniscuss ko na yung 1-1 at saka 1-2. Oy, shoutout to Clarence Magbanwa. Sige, lagyan ko rin to ng jacket. Okay. My second topic is career selling. Career selling. No man who is enthusiastic about his work has anything to fear from life. Few topics are of more importance to you than the selection of your career, your path to glory. Indeed, your happiness in life depends in large part upon how well your job meets your needs. Money, types of environment, tasks performed, people encounter, and accomplishment. While selling careers have many things to offer, there seems to be much ignorance and misinformation about them. While it no doubt will seem that we are trying to influence you to go into selling, for after all, we are advocates of the selling of the polling. Keep in mind that there are many people who should look elsewhere for their frame, for they not likely to find it in selling. The purpose of this is to help you make a wise choice of a career by providing information on how various types of sales people earn a living. We also recognize that choice of a career is only the initial step toward success and satisfaction in work. Managing that career follow and this includes uh, one entire life, both during and outside of work hours. It is attempting to digress at this point and contrast the weak person who is always pushed around all through life with the aggressive person who plans ahead and then carries out those plans. But this is concerned chiefly with choosing a career, one of the most important decisions any individual is called upon make. In making a wise choice, one will try to match as nearly as possible personal aptitude and liking for various type of activity with the demands of any jobs being considered, and this cannot nearly coincide. One is most likely to succeed and be happy. Success and happiness seem to possess an affinity for each other. The successful person is usually happy on the job. Shout out to darling ko from a work can from a work one can extract generous amounts of psychic satisfaction, a feeling of accomplishment, the obvious respect of colleagues, a calm certainty, a security, the pleasure of mingling with other successful people. And overriding all this is the satisfaction found only in doing what one likes to do. The singer would rather sing than do anything else. The artist simply goes along with an inner urge to grow or paint. The best salespeople feel the same way about their work. To them, it is enjoyable. In this day of aptitude tests and vocational guidance, many young people have formed a general idea of what they would like to do for a life work, but their knowledge of various possible occupations may still be incomplete. They need more information. It is to provide this information that this is written. It is one of life's saddest tragedies for a person to spend one third of every day tomorrow doing something which he or she dislikes. So now let's see what kinds of lives various type of salespeople lead. Characteristic of sales career. Sales career possess some distinctive characteristics which set them off from most other vocations, and yet selling is not homogeneous activity. There are tremendous differences among sales jobs which make it almost impossible to generalize about them. Thus, there is no sales type of individual who will succeed in any line of selling. The person who is outstanding success is one field of selling. Many fail miserably and be extremely unhappy in other sales fields. This thing being true, we must keep in mind that to nearly every broad statement exception may be found. Re- re- Relatively high earnings. Most studies of business income indicate that selling is one of the better vocation. Not only is the average income of salesmen and saleswomen higher than that of other personnel and the same organization level, but the salesperson can aspire to a much larger income than can at most other workers. It is not all uncommon to find salesperson earnings more than their managers. Many sales representatives have refused promotion into management because they could not afford their pay cut. Some IBM salespeople earn between $40,000 and $60,000 a year. A man who cover one large customer earned $75,000 in 1 year. Several sales reps for Horsham shoes earn in the neighborhood of $50,000 a year. A representative for a Lance dress is sparsely settled Western Territory makes about 50,000 a year. One more point concerning sales incomes that college senior who goes into engineering or accounting work will perhaps start at a slightly higher salary than those who choose sales work. But figures show that in most cases, the sales reps are earning more than others after a few years. While an accountant can go into job and quickly produce results, sales is a different matter. It takes time for the salesperson to gain the experience, make those valuable contacts, learn the territory and the line, and develop sales know-how. Thus, the typical sales reps earning continue to grow with experience and are usually proportional to their productivity, while the incomes of most other people are governed by the going market wages rate for their callings. However, a better overview of sales income is provided by Conference Broad study over 341 large national companies conducted in 1971. The pay of the average salesman and saleswoman with this firm ranged from $11,260 to more than $16,750 a year. The median 1971 sales rep earned 15,000 with the middle 50% of the average pay falling between $13,000 and $17,076. This figure are shown in table 2-1 broken down by products group. It should be noted how earnings are strongly influenced by the industry in which one works. One of the explanations for these large differences in the pay between industry is disclosed by the data in Table 2-1. It can be seen that the largest earnings are mostly accounted for by compensation plans with strong incentive. The apparel and furniture industries rank at the top of the earnings scale largely because straight commission plans dominate in those industries. This figure merely support what experienced salespeople have declared for many years. Good sales rep who want to make a lot of money work on commission. This data also suggests that the materialistic college graduate would be wise to give a second look at many of the firms recruiting on campus because many of them are in the products group, not paying at well. Seldom do apparel, furniture, leather products, or textile firms recruit on college campuses. The significance is rather clear. If you want this top paying job, you will have to hustle them yourself because they will not coming begging for your service. Ability recognize ability quickly recognized. In many fields of endeavor, it requires considerably time to prove one's worth, and promotion tends to be based on seniority. Okay, uh, uh, let's go to table dash one. Compensation of the field salesman product group in 1971, total earnings, 1971 base salary, and incentive as a percentage. Incentive as a percentage of salary, mid 50% earning and salary mid 50% and incentive mid 50%. Median low high. So earnings medium low high salary incentive percentage medium low high. Products groups textile number 20 median $16,750 low $14,000 high $19,825. The total earnings in 1971. Number 15, 16. Median $13,506, low high $10,500, high $16,000 based on the 1971 salary. So product groups number 11, incentive as a percentage of salary, uh, median 15%, low 13%, high 25%. That is textile and apparel. Machinery except electrical, 36, number 36 is $16,500, low 14,780, high 18,000 based on the 1971 total earnings. Number 33, $13,000, low $11,000, high $14,750 based on 1971 base salary. 29, 20%, 15%, and 30% based on incentive as percentage of salary. Instrument controls 22, median 16,350, low $14,092, high $18,000, based on 1971 total earnings, based on 1971 base salary 21, 12,689, median low 10,850, high 14,743%, 14, 22%, low 17%, high 36%. Electrical machinery number 38, 16,200 median, low 14,000, high 18,553 based on 1971 total earnings, 1971 base salary 34, number 34, 13,000 median, low 9,750, high 15,000, incentive as percentage of salary, uh, 20, number 29, 23%, median, low 14%, high 40%. Transportation equipment, number 25, median 16,000, low $14,111, high $17,063 based on 1971 earnings, based in 1971 base salary 24, number 24, median $12,108, low $10,000, high $15,600, number 19, median low 20, high 10%, and high 38%. Fabricated metal products, number 21, median 15,200, 14, low 14,300, high 16,200 based to 1971 total earnings. Number 20, 30,500 median, low 12,531, high 15,400 based on 1971 base salary. Incentive as percentage of salary, number 16, 11% median, low 9%, high 13%. Of six forces, 341. 15,000 median, low 13,000, 7,000, 17,076 base to 1971 total earnings. 307, number 307. Median to 12,300, low 10,100, uh, high 14,486 base to 1971 base salary. Incentive as percentage of salary to number 230, 17%, median, low 9%, high 29%. Paper and kicker products, number 32, median 15,000, 13,593 low, 17,585 high, based on 1971 total earnings. 1971 base salary, 28, $13,416, low $10,103, high $14,587. Incentive as percentage of salary, 19, number 19, median 14%, low 8%, high 45%. Building products, number 19, 14,937, median 13,542, low 16,644, high based on 1971 total earnings. Based on 1971 base salary, 17, number 17, 11,216 median, low 10,000, high 14,206. Based on incentive as percentage of salary, number 15, median 20%, low 17%, high 29%. Rubber and plastic, number 17, for $14,800, 12,601 median, 6,825 high, based on total 1971's earning. 1971 base salary, number 17, 12,300, 11,466, 14,863. Incentive as percentage of salary, number 13, 14%, median low, percent 29%, high. Primary metals, number 24, 14,750, 1,650, 16,842, 1971 totals earning, 1971 base salary, 14,000, 11,450, 14,700. Incentive as percentage, 11, 18, 8, 21. Again, ability to recognize, quickly recognize in many fields of endeavor, it requires considerable time to prove one's worth, and promotion tends to be based on seniority. That so in selling, if you can sell, you can prove quickly and clearly. If you are working on commission basis, you pay us directly proportional to your sales. The salesperson need not wait until old age earning recognition and larger income. One 18 years old was earning 1,500 a month selling kitchenware before she decided to go to college. While in school, her pay varied between $300 and $500 a month, selling only part-time. On the other hand, if a person lacks talent or is lazy, there is no place for him or her to hide. Sales tell the story. Shout out to Jane Park. Do not jump to the conclusion that success in selling automatically comes quickly to the training. Most beginning salesmen and saleswomen must learn the trade just as doctor or lawyer must learn there by hard work. The companies include in the conference board. A study reported the median age of salesmen as 40. 55% of the funds reported no one under the age of 25. Many sales situations are so critical to a firm success that the company simply cannot let inexperienced people deal with its customer. A company must valuable asset. Freedom of action. While most business personnel spend most of their time in the office, salespeople should spend most of their time in the field. I remember this when I was in college. They are seldom subject to direct supervision of their every move, but are relatively free to get their jobs done in their own way as long as they show satisfactory results. Salesperson can usually arrange their time to be wherever desired. Should want to see all ball game or fashion show, one may locate some project who would enjoy sharing the experience. This aspect of selling appeal to people who value the freedom and like operate in their own manner. Whoever this freedom carry, wait lang, i-recharge ko lang ang aking ano. Freedom of action. While most business personnel spend most of their time in the office, says people should spend most of their time in the field. They are seldom subject to direct supervision of their every move, but are relatively free to get their jobs done in their own way. As long as they show satisfactory result, salesperson can usually a fashion show. One may locate some prospect who would enjoy sharing the experience. This aspect of selling appeal to people who value their freedom and like to operate in their own manner. However, this freedom carries with in tremendous responsibilities for the person to manage time wisely. One must be able to manage oneself and can goods properly. As an example of this aspect of the sales job, the author was invited to play a pro-arm golf tournament at Oklahoma City by a former student who sell time so that he could participate in the tournament. He still had to get up 5:30 two mornings and travel 100 miles to see some good prospect who would not wait. He got the orders. He also went to the office on 2 nights to catch up on some paperwork. But that is just the point. A good salesman will get the work done, but he does have some control over when he does it. Mobility. Salesperson enjoy almost unparalleled mobility. This high degree of job mobility is one of the factors underlying the relatively high earnings. If you can sell, you have a job. If your employer goes out of business or for some reason cannot keep you on the payroll, you can make connection with another firm. More readily than many types of workers, and you can accomplish a change without a long period of retraining unless new job is too technical, different, and different. Salespeople are less at least are less at the mercy of managerial whim than most workers whose values to the firm is not so clear and who can be more easily replaced. The point 350 hitters stay in the lineup even though the manager may not like him. During the layoff in 1974-1975, few salespeople were fired, while many engineers and other support personnel found themselves without work. Those few people who were displaced quickly found new positions elsewhere, while other people faced tragic career problems and created by the unsellability of their talent. Sales needed experience for top management. Survey have shown that the president of non-financial large corporation feel that a good stint in the sales department was an important portion of their managerial training. Moreover, a large portion of these top managers began their climb up their corporate ladder from a successful sales career. The key to look for in judging the type of background that will be prized the promoting people in the basic element underlying the concerned success. It would be difficult for an engineer to ascend to the presidency of Protect and Gamble because that firm is basically a marketing organization. Its top management must know marketing. In somewhat broader view, when one understands that selling is simply another word for persuasion, the top management job largely consists of persuading people to do things. Work hard loan, the use of their money or pass favorable legislation, the same skill that are used for selling goods are used for mass other managerial behavior. Now, this is challenge for the salesmanship. Challenge. Intelligent people are easily bored within routine jobs. If sufficient challenge is not provided by their work, they soon tire of it. Most selling jobs are everything but boring, and this is especially true of the better paying ones. Each customer or prospect presents different problems. Conditions in the market are continually changing, and sales reps must make adjustments to allow for such changing the thrill of matching with other clever prospect adds sales to sales work. Writers and politicians extolled the terms of security as opposed to jobs offering the challenge of greater opportunity until it is noticed that some of your young people think of their future as being devoid of opportunity. a future in which they will perform routine tasks or what type hope will be steady in income even though it may not be as large as they wish. To such timid souls, a selling career seems hazardous and uncertain. They have no wish to confront no situation with which they have never coped. These pioneer staff may have fine in Daniel Boone's time, but not from them today. They prefer to play it safe. This reluctance of many people to tackle a job like selling plays right into hands of the persons who aspire for a selling career. The latter will encounter weaker competition. It will earn larger income and garner more professional, more personal satisfaction because of the stupidity of the part other people. May 2 hours na pala ako. Frequently, salesperson are called upon solve some significantly for frequently salespeople are called upon to solve say, some significant problems for the prospect. An IBM representative thus called upon make the survey for a company to determine its data processing needs is faced with a feasible problem presenting many technical aspects. The Reader's Digest related a tales of an IBM selling team that spent hours in a hospital studying patient care and handling to determine how their firm would improve procedure. Another salesman spent many hours in St. Louis Police Station studying crime report and records. He knows has programmed them in such a way that St. Louis police can call upon a computer to help them solve crimes. No one should avoid the sales or grounds that it presents no challenge and offers no outlet for one's creative talents. Working condition. Certain misconception exists concerning the nature of selling work. Many people think of the sales reps as a person who travels extensively, has an unlimited expense account on which to live an exciting life. It seldom home, tells of colors, jokes, and ends up to defeated. Such is the way with myths. They seldom touch reality. Today, the salesman may well be a woman who travels little as no expense account and lives a long, rewarding life with many satisfaction. So let us ignore stereotypes and examine various aspects of a sales career. Traveling. It is true that there are sales jobs which require the person to be away from home for several days at a time. However, these jobs are far from being in the majority more. Typically, the person is home nearly every night. Salespeople for retail customer, sales for retail outlets, wholesale houses, and industrial firms selling to a wide assortment of customers usually have small territories which allow them to get home every night. A retailer for pharmaceutical house will have a relatively small territory to cover because of the density of potential prospect. Doctors, drug store, and hospital, it is the customer density factor That determines the size of sales territory. Those representatives who have only one or few customers in each city are the one who must travel the most. But the number of potential customers most firm has increased significantly. Also, firms are attempting to get a more thorough coverage of its sales area. Sold small territories. For example, in 1957, one publisher representative had the state of Colorado and Wyoming as territory. In 1977, there were three people covering the same area. Expense account. Yung tungkol sa traveling, mga friends and viewers, ako kasi nagta-travel ako that time when I was college. At during that time, I am a salesman. No? I am an agent. So, traveling in any Metro Manila, like Quezon City, Cubao, uh, Pasig. But hindi lahat ng salesman eh sa kanilang bulsa yung ano, minsan meron mga company na sila ang sasagot dun sa ano o merong service tapos meron yung area silang pupuntahan. May mga ganun. Ito yung minsan may makikita mo yung mga special offer, yan, may yung mga sariling service yan eh. Expense account. Again, this aspect of selling is overemphasized. Many salespeople have no expense account at all, but must pay their own expenses. True. Intelligent people who are paying their own expenses do not spend excessively. Those employees who are on expense account are usually under careful instruction as to how the company's money shall be spent, and their expense accounts are strictly audited at headquarters. Moreover, are quickly tired of too much entertaining of prospect and customer. In this matter and of entertainment, selling jobs differ widely. It is true that some salespeople are expected to do considerably entertaining, but many actually do none at all. If one is a non-drinker, one can find good selling job. In fact, some employers much prefer such people. The Internal Revenue Service is scanning expense accounts with a highly critical eye directly of this item business entertainment. Customer contact mythology as is that is always open season on salesmen, that they are fair game to bait. True, some customers do browbeat salespeople, but they are a small minority. Friction with buyers is a minor problem. Warm and enduring friendship with customer can be among the most rewarding aspect of sales work. One of definite advantage for women in selling is that the traditional code of social conduct towards them provide considerably protection from the most rude, inconsiderate prospects. All right, let's go to the types of selling job. Types of selling job. Bill Lewis, account executive with Rotland Mosel Incorporated in Dallas, Texas, is reviewing with one of his customers the market performance on the customer security. Much of Bill's business is transacted over the telephone. His success depends upon how well he looks after the interests of his hundreds of customers, a difficult undertaking requiring much attention to paperwork. Upon being read the above copy is approval bill added and my phone number is 214 ever the salesman. Right? Type of selling job. It is almost impossible to say just how many salespeople there are in this country, but most estimate are around 6 or 7 million. In the ranks of this million, these are places for people of widely varied talents, intelligence, age, experience, and personality. The difficulties encountered differ tremendously in its number and formidability. Financial reward run the gamut from the legal minimum wage for clerks in retail store up to annual income in six figures. The following suggests some of the ways in which selling jobs vary. Number one, some salespeople work for manufacturers, some for wholesalers, and others for retailers. Number two, some salesmen and saleswomen sell tangible products like shoes and automobiles. Others sell intangible like insurance and security or advertising space in magazine. Three, some selling jobs can best be performed by men's other by women. Much of the time it doesn't make any difference. Four, sales jobs differ in their complexity. Some are extremely simple while others involve the performance of a score or more distinct duties. Five, in some selling job, the person spend most of the time is actual selling. In others, one selling one sells during only a small fraction of the time. Next, some types of selling works called for aggressive by the sellers. Others prefer what the psychologists call the submissive type who can employ prefer what the psychologists call the submissive type of who can employ prefer the psychologists call the submissive type who can employ the low pressure of soft sell technique. Next, some jobs demand the person move about a good deal, perhaps being away from headquarters or months at a time. Next, some jobs demand that the salesperson meet the same customer at frequent intervals. On other jobs, the sales reps call on prospects or strangers. Next, some jobs find the prospect coming to the salesperson, while in other much time must be spent seeking out of it. Next, some kinds of selling work. Next, strenuous demands on one's physical strength and stamina. Other kinds carry on over the phone. Next, some jobs may best be filled by people who have attained a certain degree of maturity. Other demand, or men or women. Next, some sales are commonly consummated in a few seconds. Other way require months or even years to bring the fruition. Some types of next. Some selling jobs demand people with high intelligence, in other much lower IQ is preferred. Next, some jobs offer us steady salary and scant opportunity for advancement. Others offer greater opportunity, usually coupled with less steady income, although it is may go much higher. Oh, sige po, sige po. Sige po for visiting my channel. This list could be lengthened, but the conclusion should be clear. There are many kinds of selling jobs calling for a wide variety of talents and training. Nearly anyone can find some position in selling that is suitable and satisfactory. Types of salespeople. The wide range of sales positions offer many varied ways of classifying them. He will place them into five categories. The manufacturer representative, the wholesale sales number two, the wholesaler salesman number three, the retail salesman, the specialty salesman, and number five, the sales engineer. These are not mutually exclusive categories. The manufacturer representative. There are three major types of manufacturer salespeople. Those who sell to wholesaler, distribution, and dealer. Those who sell ultimate consumers, and those who sell to industrial concern. The work of the person who sells the wholesaler, distributor, and dealers is discussed here. Later section will discuss the other types of manufacturers, sales people. People who work for manufacturers and who sell to the distributive trades can be further grouped into three major types. The pioneers who get distribution for a new products, the person who sells and services, the dealers and the sales promoters who seldom take an order but who help dealers and jobbers to sell more of the firm's merchandise. Uh, Shout out to Lolo Shark. Kayo po pala si Lolo Shark. Thank you po, Mako Vlog. Thank you for visiting my channel. Topic ko kasi is about sa salesmanship. No? Kasi maraming tao na takot sa pagiging sales agent. Ayaw yung naiinitan, ayaw yung nauulanan. When I was in college, naranasan ko lahat yan eh. Yung nainitan ako, naulanan ako. Siyempre, higit sa lahat, nausukan ako ng maitim na usok ng sasakyan. The manufacturer representative. There are three types of manufacturer salespeople. Those who sell, ayun, I discussed, pioneers for new products. The distribution getting representative tries to convince wholesaler, distributors, and dealers that they should handle manufacturer's product or line. To be successful in the field, one must be self-reliant and self-generating, aggressive, and imaginative. One must be able to paint a convincing picture of how the dealer is going to benefit by taking on the dealership. One must be well versed in the knowledge of how such businesses should be operated successfully. In order to be able to supply advice and counsel when asked for it, the rewards are very high for this type of salesperson. Salesperson. There have never been and never will be a surplus of people in this field. Dealers servicing sales rep. This type of salesperson need not be aggressive or imaginative at the first type. Such as sales representative fall on the established trade at regular intervals with the task of assuring a steady flow of orders. Much energy is needed because many calls must be made during a day. Persistence, enthusiasm, and warm friendly personality are helpful. The representative of well-known manufacturer, especially one with consistent advertiser, discover that much pre-selling work has already been done. There is an established outlet for the goods. The rep's job is to increase the dealer sales. If the product is a must-selling item such as a packaged food or drug item, there must be a wide distribution of the line. Customer cannot be expected to walk miles to get particularly brand of tooth or cigarette. Salesperson will follow the policy set down by their superiors in selecting the number of distributors most likely to get largest volume out of community. If there's if there are too few outlet sales will be lost because the would-be purchase will accept a competitive product rather than to go out of their way. The salespeople may not lead such glamorous life as the pioneers of new fields, but they have greater security, steadier income, and less wear and tear on their nervous system. If the company is an established success, the sales reps can also be successful if they are willing to work hard and follows order. Mamaya ko na checkin yung ano nyo kung yung hindi ko pa nabibigyan ng jacket. Pero alam ko nabigyan ko na to si Lolo shirt. Oh, mga takot po sila ako kasi sa totoo lang mako kasi kung gusto mo talagang kasi sa akin iba kasi yung halimbawa ngayon 'di ba karamihan sa nagbebenta ngayon through social media. Mahirap din yung sa social media minsan na may nababasa ako na scam o naloko nung nagbebenta eh. Iba kasi yung mismong lalabas ka. Kaya lang sa ngayon kasi mahirap dahil pandemic. Kung matatapos lang yung pandemic, masasabi ko lahat ng mga salesman, sales agent, maganda magbenta, lumabas sila. Makipagkilala sa mga tao. Kasi ako, nung college ako, ano eh, talagang lumalabas ako. Yung hindi ko kilala, kinikilala ko. Kasi marami akong encounter na salesman, eh, hindi ko naman sila kilala eh. Sabi ko, paano mo makikilala kung hindi ka magpapakilala? Paano ka bebenta kung hindi ka nagpapakilala sa kanila? Diba? Naranasan ko lahat yan. Naulanan ako, ulan, init, alikabok, higit sa lahat yung usok ng mga sasakyan na maiitim. Yan, nasa na ba ako? Teka. If the product is a must-selling, such as package of food or drug item, it must be wide distribution of the line. Customer cannot be expected to walk miles to get particular brand of toothpaste or cigarette. Salesperson will follow the policy set down uh, by their superior in selecting the number of distributor must likely to get the large volume out of community. If there are two pure outlet sales will be lost because that would be Fortexer will accept competitive product rather than to go out of their way. Sa totoo lang, yung kung gusto niyo kumita sa pagse-salesman, ang pinakamalaking kitaan sa pagiging salesman yung pumasok ka sa San Miguel, tsaka o kaya Pepsi Cola, Coca-Cola. Yung ano ka, yung sales driver ka, bali sa truck ka, nasa truck. Kaya lang, syempre, susubukan ka nila mag-drive ng truck. Kailangan yung mga bote hindi mababasag pag liliko ka dun sa matataas. Ang mga kita diyan, ang mga kasi sa mga sales driver ng mga ng mga tulad ng Coca-Cola at saka San Miguel, may salary yan at saka commission based, commission pa yan. Yun ang kagandahan sa sa salesman. Kung marunong nga lang ako mag-drive ng truck, yun na yung pinasok ko eh. Kasi nga magandang sahod diyan, magandang bukod sa may fixed salary ka na, may commission ka pa. Sales promote, ayun. This says people may not lead such glamorous lives in their as the pioneers of new fields, but they have greater security, steadier income, and less wear and tear on their nervous system. If the company is established success, the sales reps can also be successful if they are willing to work hard as follow orders. Sales promoters, a third type of manufacturer representative, might apply apply by called a sales promoter because he or she gathers information concerning what is happening in the market, gives advice and counseling the middleman, and tries to favorably influence sales volume. But this type seldom directly takes an order. Traditionally, these people have been called by such terms as merchandise details and missionaries. Sales promoters. The third type of manufacturer representative yun, might apply before the sales promoter because he or she gathers information concerning what is happening in the market, gives advice and counseling the middleman, and tries to favorably influence sales volume. But this is that seldom directly takes an order. Traditionally, these people have been called by such terms as merchandiser details and missionaries. The merchandiser calls on the company jobbers and dealers and tries to increase sales through these channels by such means as number one, providing sales training for the middlemen salespeople, particularly focusing upon product knowledge and application. Number two, helping with in-store product display. Three, helping solve the usual irregular problems that arise normally in business operations, missing shipments, defective goods, consumers, complaints, and unusual application of the goods. Next, checking dealer inventories and taking orders for need fields in such orders being forwarded to the distributor with whom the dealer prefers to do business. Lastly, giving the dealer general advice on how to manage the operation more effectively. As the dealer prospers, so will the dealer suppliers. The detailers widely used in both the drug and the college textbook industry. The drug retailers calls upon physician, hospital, and drug middlemen in a relatively small territory, largely to inform these people about the drug makers' new products. Visualize for a moment the problem posed physician in trying to keep abreast of all the drugs being continually introduced to the market. That's also learning about the use and contraindication side effects. While MDs do not like to admit publicly their dependence upon drug retailers for information regarding the latest medication, the fact that still remains that the drug retailers do perform valuable service for the physician upon whom they call. If they didn't, do you think the for one instant that the CMD would grant the deal retailer 1 minute of valuable time for a sales interview? The detailer which usually leave for testing samples of new products being pushed in which the MD show some interest. If a doctor indicates that a certain one of the manufacturer drugs will henceforth be prescribed for a certain ailments, the detailer will check within drug G's in the doctor tradings area to make certain that they are aware of the future needs for that drug to fulfill forthcoming prescription. In the college textbook, in the college textbook, the traditional bookmans call upon college professors to accomplish several tasks. First, the book detailers being called upon and then make certain that those professors have those copies of the authorized book so that the publisher should be for, for adoption. Second, the dealer will be alert for any manuscript at that school that may be available for public. Third, the retailer tries to learn as much as possible about what's going on each field in order to relay that back management or incorporation into the firm's publishing plans. The missionary issues by manufacturers that distribute through wholesaler to retailers but want more aggressive salesperson promotional effort to enhance their goods than is usually provided by wholesalers. Thus, maker here hire missionary to call upon retail dealers to help stimulate the demand for the product, demand for the product line that resemble sales merchandise previously described, except that many Christian doesn't require the establishment of new dealership, setting up provision for the hotel to serve later. The difficult task of obtaining goods dealership is usually the selling capabilities or non-intention of wholesalers of whom are not in business to aggressively promote the sales of anyone manufacturer. It's a product being sold through. So wholesaler requires aggressive selling in the dealer level. The use of machinery may be indicated. The wholesale sales rep, the wholesaler sometimes called jabber or distributor, is the middleman between the manufacturer and the retail merchant or industrial consumer who serves several useful functions by carrying thousands of items in a warehouse where they are quickly available dealers. The average druggist, for example, carries in stock several thousand items made by several hundred manufacturers. Retail druggists would have little time left before serving customers if they had the team to deal direct with each of these manufacturers. The drug wholesaler, however, carries most of the several thousand items in stock, thus making easy for the druggist to buy the store needs quickly and within a minimum budget. The sales representative for a drug wholesaler or hardware, grocery, electrical supply, or any other types of wholesale business call on customer at regulation. Uh, Regular interval. Sorry. Not much selling of any particular items can be done because the catalog may contain anywhere from 1,000 to 10,000 items. Usually, the wholesalers reps are so well favorable known to the store proprietor that they walk in and make up an order from the one book. Often they push specific items, following either order from superior or their own initiative. Wholesaler reps are influenced by manufacturers representatives who teach them how to sell their lines. Sales representative for some wholesalers call on business firms to sell such items as office supply, maintenance materials, and various factory supply, such as abrasive hand tools and hardware. Seldom would the wholesaler sales reps be accused of using high pressure tactics. They get and hold their business by being reliable, friendly, punctual, and always available. The aggressive or creative types of person may not contented working for a wholesaler. The retail sales people. There are two types of retail sales people. They're in the store clerk and the outside seller who comes to your home or your office and tries to sell you an item. Only in the store selling is discussed here. The other type of retail selling is considered under specialty selling. The chief characteristic of retail selling is the customer usually comes to the seller instead of the seller seeking out the customer. As pointed out by the Burton Bigelow in a speech, in this type of selling, the customer has discovered his own need and has converted it into a want. Nevertheless, the retail salesperson has numerous opportunities to sell items related to the item which the customers come in to buy. He can also exercise insight, imagination, and ingenuity in an effort to unearth additional customer needs and to persuade the customer to buy the right product to meet them. Knowledge of the stock price and materials is especially important inside selling. Oh, malapit na rin ako mag 3 hours. Almost anyone who can wrap merchandise right out a sales slip and make change can generally qualify for retail selling. That is, the words are not interesting to the average college graduate. However, retail selling can be a desirable experience, a stepping stone to more lucrative, more interesting. Most owner of retail establishment started as clerk for others. They use their opportunity behind the counter to study human nature, to learn all phases of store management, and to meet people who could give them helping hand with the knowledge and experience thus gained. Money saved by being prudent and frugal, and contacts made with the wholesaler and manufacturer they then started out on their own. In a large organization, such as department or chain store, successful in the store selling often lead to steady advances within the organization first to a better and more profitable department where earnings are greater next to an assistant buyer job and eventually perhaps to the top boss. Another opportunity often to ambitious, hardworking retail salesperson is in the sales organization of wholesaler and manufacturers. These companies often give preference to people who have had behind the counter experience. They know that successful retail salesperson have learned how to handle customers and they have shown that a person with experience in the retail business is likely to be well equipped for dealing with other retailers and will understand their problems and talk their language. Furthermore, if a person has been selling Omega watches or over the counter for several years, she has picked up knowledge which make of Omega would find difficulty to impart to a salesperson who had never been in the watch business. Retail selling experience is a desirable asset no matter what one may do in later years. While it is all true that most retailer sales people are paid so little that to expect anything resembling salesmanship from them is unreasonable. Nevertheless, there are numerous situations, largely in high-class specialty stores, where excellent salesmanship can be found and where those practicing it are commensurately paid for it. There are men clothing salesmen who make upward of $20,000 a year. Good appliance salesperson can make in excess $15 a year, but unfortunately they are rare. It was for the reason that the author loved to sit for us in a men apparel store, the wardrobe shop, to watch Jack Moser work. He's truly a great salesman. One example, he was alone in the store waiting on suit customer when a student walked in to pay his bill. As he laid his bill and checked down on the desk a light gold jacket on display caught his eye, he paused to look at it hand and reached out to feel the fabric. Jack had been keeping his eye on these developments while giving full attention to his customer. He directed an invitation to the student. Go ahead, slip it on. There are a mirror over there. The man who took the student. Go ahead and slip on the mirror over there. The man took the suggestion and stood in front of the mirror for some times admiring either the suggestion and stood in front of the mirror for some times admiring either the jacket himself or more probably both. It was obvious he wanted that jacket, but that the price was bothering him somewhat. He kept looking at the price tag rather. Jack waited for the proper moment and said, "Note how full the shoulders are cut. That to make sure it won't bind your swing. We looked for 3 years to find jacket cut like that and couldn't, so we had that one made up our specification." The student looked a few swings at imaginary ball to confirm this bit of information. He still said nothing, but he went back to the mirror after a few moments. During a pause in his toothpaste, Jackson, "You really look good in that." As an added sales point mentioned, "You know that is one of the most practical garments you can get for this Colorado climate. You get those uh, that than anything else in your closet." The student surrendered. "Okay, okay, you got me. Add it to my bill." He turned the author to say, "How do you like that? I came to pay off my bill and up with a bigger one." The key thing to note was how Jack handled the sale without ever waiting on the man and without disrupting his suit sale in any way. It was also natural, just a few remarks at the right time. But more importantly, Jack also trained many others men to be excellent retail salesmen. Far more than one outside business executive has marveled. How do you do it? How do you find such salesmen? We give our eyes teeth to have such people working for us. Retail selling can be just as interesting and challenging as any other type of selling is given the proper management. Okay, the sellers of specialty. Take note for this for the to all my friends and viewers, especially for those sales person or sales agent, salesmanship, salesman, or sales rep. While marketers have never been quite able to pin down exactly what constitutes a specialty good, and thus these areas have few definitive boundaries. Still, the term specialty salesman is widely used by the trade. Let us divide the discussion into categories: consumer goods and business goods. Selling consumer specialties. We are quickly reduced to defining the activity by furnishing example, because almost any attempt of logically describing the condition which would classify some activities as a specialty sales quickly comes to ruin with example too numerous to be called extension. At one time, people selling a high-price item door to door, such as vacuum cleaner, were called specialty salesperson. However, door-to-door selling has one significantly that the same salesperson is now giving vacuum cleaners demonstration in a store and also sells other products. It is he also a retail salesperson is the Avon lady who sells a wide line of low-price items, a specialty saleswoman, probably. Anyway, you can grasp the difficulty we have with labels. They don't fit well. Additionally, people who sold the products as vacuum cleaners, refrigerators, encyclopedias, brushes, cosmetic, greeting cards, books, or pots and pans, who operated from their homes, who had no store or display room, and who tried to make the sales in one hall were clearly identified as specialty salespeople. Now many of these same people do essentially the same thing in a store. Their selling task is essentially the same whoever, so we can still say they are specialty seller. Perhaps the following list of characteristics commonly found in specialty selling situation will help. Number one, the salesperson must locate the prospect and prove a need exists where one may not have been previously perceived. Number two, the sales usually takes considerable selling skill. Number three, usually a premium price is asked for the product, thus price objection are to be expected. And lastly, number four, the salesperson is trying to sell one product or a best relatively narrow line of products. Sales manager in this field of selling used to prefer pushy and aggressive high pressure people, but the trend has changed. Manufacturers and retail merchants have found that the person who is too aggressive makes as many enemies as 26 friends. Enemy as friends. Responsible heads have learned that the goodwill of the organization is to precious the risk with someone who is interested solely in the immediate commission. The commercial said no salesman would call if they didn't say anything about a little old lady with a lot of clothes. So what can you say about this, my friends, my viewers, and small YouTuber? Speaking generally, the more difficult a product is to sell, the higher are the reward for selling it. The most difficult product to sell is the new unknown one. Few people have to be convinced that mechanical refrigeration is superior to no refrigeration at all or to the old-fashioned ice bath. But it's more difficult to sell refrigerators of manufacturers whose name are unknown to general public than refrigerators that are well known and well advertised. Still more difficult and still more rewarding is the selling of products or services that are in the educational or pioneering stages. The home video tape recording system that are now being introduced to the market will require the effort of its people with special abilities. These special people will first have to convince consumer that such a system is needed, that is needed now, and that this brand is the best one to buy. A want must be created which the prospect do not know exists. Consequently, the seller must show a great deal of initiative in locating prospect and a high degree of uh, persuasiveness in getting them to buy. Business good. Another type of specialty salesman or saleswoman sells industrial product materials or serve to business executive, purchasing agent, and professional people. A set of sales representative would fall into this category. But selling a set of software is an easy job compared with that a representative of some new, unheard of product whose need is not recognized by the prospect. Wherever is industrial sales rep seek high smokestack, there is a prospect. The smokestack means producing business and those prospects for machinery, office equipment, and business machine. This is tremendous field with sales running into billions each year. To be successful in industrial selling, a person should be technically minded to be able to advise manufacturer and help them buy intelligently. The person must be able to discuss technical specification with engineers or chemists and justify the price. This to a thought purchasing agent. Some employers insist upon graduate engineers for this work, but just as frequently does steps again their education in the business itself. Usually these people are trained to render service as well as to make sales. Their ability as troubleshooter is important as their ability to obtain directly orders. There aren't any born salespeople in the industrial selling field. Most of them become good through coaching, study, and experience. An industrial rep does not make a large number of sales compared with the numbers made by a jobber or manufacturer to a dealer sales rep, but the size of the order usually is many times larger. The industrial reps may call upon industrial customer for years before getting an order. What does the buyer wait for? To be shown way to cut costs, increase sales, improve products, or solve some problem that has been flagging operation. The industrial purchaser buys from those reps who makes helpful suggestions, who takes the trouble to study their customer problem. One may know 1,000 facts about the products, but one must also know how it can be used to the best advantage is the prospect business in solving the problem. The sales engineer. The sales engineer holds a high place in the status hierarchy of selling. The job is difficult, demanding considerably technical knowledge. Moreover, it is a quite rewarding, although many sales engineers hold engineering degrees will say many do not. They have learned their lesson on the job. One gardener, then their personal director, said, "We look for selling talents first. Can teach them all the technical engineers they will need to know to sell our equipment. This is possible because most of the time the sales engineer needs only to know about an exceedingly narrow field of engineering. There is no need to know about the wide range of subjects as must taught in engineering school. They still Field sales reps must know a great deal about steel. There is a little needs to know about concrete or electrical circuit surveying. The sales engineer frequently is called upon to render a great deal of service, even though to design entire system. In a very real sense, the engineer is not selling product such as a solution to the prospect problem. A road contractor tried to work up a bid for a large road construction project. There was considered steel converted and steel beam in the specification. The contractor called a favorite steel supplier who sent a rep over immediately. The engineer took the plans and figured the steel requirement and cost for the contractor furnishing steel furnishing several cost-saving ideas that came to mind during the process. A fence gate closure manufacturer had some trouble with the aluminum cuts which bolted to the gate post. Too many product failures. She called his Kaiser aluminum sales engineer for help. A change in alloy mixture was recommended and that solved the problem. As sales engineer for small electronics manufacturer, called regular upon the engineer and purchasing engagements of all manufacturers using electronics components, largely defense and aerospace concern, to examine within them what problem they were having with electronics packages they needed. Problems whenever in a short supply. Whoever gave fear the best answer usually got an order. It is these fields of industrial and business selling that is particularly attractive the most college graduates, for the pay is an ample and the work fascinating. Unfortunately, the most readers will know little about it because they have seldom come into contact with industrial seller. We will try to bring out distinctive differences between industrial selling and consumer goods selling, which we are most familiar. A salute to the unseen salespeople. The retail clerk and the house-to-house canvasser are familiar to everyone. The traveling salesperson who calls on retailers at regular intervals is known the most. But there exists an army of salespersons who do not know, who do not come in contact with most of us, but whose work is not less important. The sales engineer is one of the on the same plane is the salesperson who install a new accounting system in the department store who sell a more fruitful advertising campaign to manufacturer, the life of insurance agents who specialize in the field of estate and can show a prospect how to avoid the loss of too large a share of an estate in taxes is rendering a service greatly appreciated by those who avail themselves of it. We usually think of salespeople as selling manufactured goods, but there are many stages of such good. Some must sell the clothing manufacturer, the cloth thread, buttons, sewing machine, office, etc. Some must sell the wholesaler, thus thousands of items that they carry in stock and sell to the retailers. The manufacturer buy many items not included in the finished uh, product, such as full insurance, office supplies, trucks, machinery, and all room, public address system, cafeteria equipment, and food for their employees, medical supply for their first aid room, restroom equipment, and score of other things. The scenes behind the scenes as people carry out on their works, helping and distribute thousands of products and services to people who need them. In one sense, they are the people keep our economic system operating smoothly. They do much to equate supply and demand to prevent shortage of certain items and surpluses of others. Taking as a group, we cannot almost consider them as among our foremost economic planners. Career management. They are people who feel that their fate lies in the hands of the gods. They have are insignificant ship being tossed around on the seas of life, incapable of giving much direction to their search for economic well-being. Well, that is nonsense. It is the thinking of those who want to transfer to others the responsibility for their life. Perhaps it is here that way, but it's not a philosophy that is likely to lead the economic success. Not only can you manage your career, you must manage if want to avoid the hundreds of pitfalls that lie in wait for the unwary individual. While usually it takes years as much hard effort to build a substantial career, it takes only an instant to ruin one. One error may do sounds over dramatic as for those people whose career now lie in the dust, destroyed because of the Watergate incident about how easy it is to make career blunder. As Jim Kay, who was a president of prospering subsidiary of a large, highly respected company, he was away from his solid, highly rewarding job into another organization, only to have it go bankrupt because of some contract dispute with some large customer. Jim is now a large looking for a way back up the ladder, but it's too late for Jim. But these were people who had made into the top and blew it. How about the millions of people who never get there because of simply career blunders? Publicly accountant, she had so big a gain years earlier, but he had refused to do the work necessary to become a CPA. The lack of those three letters has blocked her from doing many things that she wanted to do. Certain careers require certification if they are needed. Go get them. Why take it any better on yourself than necessary? Harry didn't need the college degree to make big money in selling. Also, he told everyone who would listen when he was getting started. He was right up to a point. One does not need a college degree to be successful in selling, and certainly one can make a great deal of money without college training. It happens all the time. However, after 20 years on the road, Harry tired of his life. He was one of company top producer and felt that it was time for him to uh, be promoted into management. Having a college degree was not an absolute barrier keeping Harry from management echelons because the company had made several previous exceptions to their policy. However, Harry's lack of development, his lack of understanding of the whole enterprise, blocked his promotion. All Harry knew was selling, so his boss reasoned that Harry should be kept doing that one thing he really knew about it. Harry had blundered. He had failed to develop his talent. If he wanted to get to management, he should have learned some new things. Chu was miserable in New York. She hated it, wanted out, but she was stuck. She had a built successful career in publishing business and it was a position and pay bracket that locked her into her job. J- Just her boss intended she could not afford to quit and go to live whether she wanted. She made the mistake of starting to climb a ladder without first looking to see where that ladder went. If you go to US, still you can reasonably expect to spend some time in Pittsburgh. That what bothers you when you stay away from US. Still from success, there will not be lead you to do where you want to be. Marty went to do work for Maytag and then spent the next 5 years complaining about life in a small uh, Iowa farm town where what is blue blazes with this nothing expect. Newton, Iowa is not Los Angeles, but Marty could not learn to live with the fact. So 5 years later, she quit Maytag to return to her Los Angeles home, only to learn that she would have to start all over again at the bottom with another company. Hank padded these expense account. After all, everybody does it. Expect it is part of the game. Is the way Hank rationalized it. The only problem was the Hank bosses not playing the same. game. They did not look with much favor upon casual association with the truth, but they did not fire him because he was a good salesman in other respects. However, they did not get the company money back. Hank just did not get the pay increases that would have normally been his and was not promoted. Who wants a liar into management? But Hank was so busy fudging on the expense account and thinking he was ripping off the company that he paid scant notice to what was really going on with his career. He was dead in the water. He was going no place. He stayed at sea for 11 years before starting to ask someone painful question about why he has been constantly overlooked in promotion. No one over, no one ever told him Roll hand would say, so let's just keep him out there selling for us. This account would go on and on, each pointing out different blunders that people make early in their careers. Some people which prove disastrous. The point of this course is affected by almost every decision the trainee, one gets one first employee changing employer's choice of profession and so on. So give this matter the serious thought they deserve. All right. Important factors in career management. Remember the basic element in career planning and management are number one, choice of career goals. Number two, training and development of one skill. Number three, choice of employer. Number four, choice of environment. Number five, changing jobs. Number six, getting promotion and pay increases. Choice of goals. Why do those people uh, who have been able to decide what they want to do in life are indeed fortunate? Experience indicates that they are far more likely to achieve success than people who are uncertain about what they want to do. Chances are that you are not sure what you want to do. There is no need to worry about this, for you are normal. Few young people have clear cut career goals, but does not mean that you should not be trying to develop someone. The fundamental reason young people usually have difficulty knowing what they want to do is that they lack experience. They have not had much of a chance to discover their likes and dislikes. Goals usually emerge as one gains experience. Sally thought that she would like to be fashion merchandiser. Close appeal to her and her high school counselor encouraged her towards that goal. During the summer of her freshman year in college, she worked for the department store and lost her interest in fashion merchandising. She found out by experience that just did not like the work and what was the only way was going to make that discovery. But look how fortunate Sally was in comparison with Ed, who thought throughout college that he wanted to be a statistical analysis for the security firm. He accepted the job with Wall Street broker after graduation, only to discover that he hated the work too many figures. Perhaps a word is necessary about why your career should appeal to you, why you should like your work. Experience is clearly. show that not only is your likelihood of success vastly enhanced if you truly enjoy what you do, but your happiness is life is also at stake. And that is most important. Life is too short to spend learning, earning, and living doing something you dislike. The sooner you can make such discovery, the more likely it is you will be able to avoid career traps. Yes, people get trapped into career for which they have little liking. Fred was a dentist of no particular note, made a living of the poor. That was about it. One night, a cocktail party, he unloaded he was onto a friend. It seemed that Fred was miserable. He hated his work. Have you any idea what it's like looking down people mount all day long? Yeah, he went on to relate ordering in explicit detail. It was really working on me. But what was he to do? It was only way he knew to earn living and he was 45 years old. He was caught in career trap. When you think you would like to be something or other, give a lot of details to extract what you would be doing. Fred failed to think about a life looking into other people's mouths, studying out that she did not like waiting on customer. Personal development. In a very real sense, you must expect to spend the rest of your life developing yourself if you want to achieve great success. There is so much to learn. So far, it's like your learning process has been regulated by teachers, but that will soon come to an end and you will have to take over the responsibility for your own development. It may come as a shock to you to learn that you have had the responsibility all along, but it failed to communicate that idea to our young people. If you are going to develop your potential and please make sure that your potentials are great, you are the person who will have to develop them. While a few people are so fortunate as to come under the influence of some great teacher or boss who directs their development, that situation is sufficiently rare so that you cannot count on it happening to you. Instead, you should make up your mind right now that if you are able to be successful, you will have to be the one to make you so. You will find out how to develop yourself with help of others, of course. Shout out to Mako Vlog. Thank you for coming. Right now, as you take this course and read this book, you are developing your skill. Thus, two sources of self-improvement are evident educational programs and reading. It is not coincidental that successful people are usually avid readers. They are hungry for information, for knowledge. They want to know more. You should be thinking about your reading program. Both books are periodicals. One outstanding sales executive said, I buy every book on selling and sales management that is published. Most of the stuff I've been seeing before, but if I can get only one new idea from the book, I've recovered the price of the book many times over. And you know, I have found out of the new review old materials doesn't hurt me either because I frequently discover that I have developed some bad habits or have forgotten something. Thank you rin po, Makoblog. Yeah. Your experience is definitely part of your self-development. You learn by doing, so work for someone who can teach you what you want to know. Certain companies are famous for their ability to develop outstanding salespeople. Evidently, their sales training programs are superior to those others concerned. It is maybe wise to go work for a firm that can give you the training in choice of employers. The firm you go to work for is important to your career, particularly the first significant job on your career path. You want two or possibly three things from the first job. Above all, you initially want to work for a concern that will provide the training you so badly need. On the job training, the experience there us is so vital to your future productivity. Avoid the firm that hire you and then trust you on the street briefcase in face to face, uh, face to face hostile world, almost defenseless. Such experience can destroy a career. It happened today. He wanted to be women's apparel salesman, so he accepted a job with manufacturer agent operating out of the Dallas Apparel Mart. He was given 1 day's training, handed a line of lingerie, and told that everything is east of US 35, south of the Red River, and west of the Mississippi was his territory. No one had covered it previously. He bravely headed out to meet his future customer. They killed him. He couldn't sell anything. No need to go in the details here, but what in the world could have been seen expected? Dave had not been trained. He was experienced in a job that called a high degree of experience. It was tough job. Accept the fact that you need to go to work for someone who will develop you gradually and not throw you into a situation that will destroy you. Second, it pays to go to work initially for a firm with nationally good reputation. The experience goes on your record, which will stay with you on the rest of your life. It is easy to move from IBM or Xerox or Protect and Gamble or any number of firms famous for their ability to attract and train excellent people, but go to work for some firm and it is difficult to move upward to another concern. Finally, it is fortunate if your first job provides you with lifetime career opportunity. You can stay with the firm and find your success within organization. Interpersonal relationships are important to most people happiness and these are fostered by time in association with others. The person who keeps moving around from company to company may find it's difficult to develop close relationships with other people. Choice of environment. There is no law that dictates you must live in such and such a place. That choice is yours. City, small town, east or west, north or south, whatever it is, important to your happiness, thus to your performance on the job. It is no, it is difficult to be highly productive in a situation in which you are unhappy, and we know that one's environment is important part of being happy. Perhaps one of the biggest career blunders one can make is to be lured away from the environment in which one is happy by monetary or uh, positional uh, enticement only to fail when the environment proves unsatisfactory. There is nothing at all wrong with approaching the matter of career planning, deciding where you want to live, and then figuring out how you can earn the living you want in that location. Changing jobs, where one of the most difficult decisions and one containing much risk is that one is that of changing jobs. Excuse me. You have a good job, perhaps you do not realize it, but are offered another one of the apparently is better. Many people are tempted right off the bat to accept the new job for several reasons. First, the grass usually looks thinner on the other side of the fence. You know all the disadvantages of your presentation position, but can see only the virtues of the new ones. Only after accepting the new jobs will you learn of its drawbacks and responsibility. All jobs have inherent problem and disadvantage. There is so much thing as a perfect decision. Always bear in mind that the job you are considering is not going to be as attractive as you think it is. Second, people tend to like the excitement of the new. They become bored with the old. Many people change job from sheer boredom. Such pressure are unfortunate, for they can easily resort in one leaving an excellent position for a poorer one with permanent damaging result. Third, over a period of time, as is bound to accumulate long lists of grievances, real or imagined, against one's employer, the mature individual realizes that this is to be expected and counterbalances those grievances with all the good things that have happened on the job. Malcontent see only the negative sides of situation. Armed with at least of grievances is easily for a person to rationalize why the new job should be accepted. But changing job can be a blunt but changing job can be a blunder. Myra was a computer whiz with IBM. She had a great job and was making lots of money. Small groups of engineers put together a new computers companies and invited Myra to join them as vice president as salary 50% higher than what she was making at IBM. She was dazzled. The picture painted by the entrepreneurs was indeed a rosy one, as it always is when new venture is being promoted. Myra quit IBM, so go with the new outfit. The dream job turned into a nightmare within 4 months as the groups fell apart upon the rocks of bankruptcy. Myra was out of work for 9 months before catching on with another firm in a position much lower than the one she had left at IBM. Changing job is serious business, and one had best look carefully into the possible consequences of doing so. Pay and promotion. If you are playing a game and want to know if you are winning or losing, you look at the second scoreboard in business. Look at your position and paycheck if you want to know how you are doing. Pay and position are important. It is difficult to believe that one is success if adults your superior do not concur and have not communicated their feelings towards your intangible way. Talk is cheap. It's easy to keep telling someone what great job the person is doing. It doesn't cost a thing. If the manager really means it that it then such feeling will be reflected in earnings or promotion. Many times when the manager say you're doing a great job, what is left unsaid is right where you are for what you are being paid. Also, which is to point out that there are times when one should move on to seek more fertile field in which to plant talents. When it becomes obvious that there is a little future with your present employer and you want a future rather than just job, you had best start looking around rather than spend a year spinning your wheels in a hopeless situation. There can be several reasons why a job may develop into a dead-end situation for you. First, people do get off on the wrong foot. It is easy to make an unfortunate first impression which is difficult to erase over time. It may be difficult for the boss to forget all those stupid mistakes the person made largely because of inexperience during the first months on the job. The person may have to move on leave behind such a reputation. Second, it's difficult to go from the bottom to the top in many organizations because the boss tends to regard you as you were when you came to work. One of the advantages of the large corporation policy of moving people around is that it minimizes this effect. Each time a person's move into a new location, it is almost like they going into a new job. Sometimes is sometimes the individual rise most quickly by changing jobs, not waiting for promotion. Ard spent 13 years diligently working for one employer during which time her increased from $6,000 to $15, and she had one promotion. She was highly productive and well regarded by everyone in the organization. She stayed on for those years because she likes the situation, but finally another employer knew her where $20,000 was the bait. Once freed from her first job, she changed jobs twice in the next 5 years, and now and he's now making $45,000 a year. She's now for saying that had she stayed with her first employer, she would now be making only $22,000. It is sad to report that if you expect to be paid that market price for your services, many times you will be forced to place yourself on the market. Your employer is reluctant to pay you the market price. Third, management change can turn a promising situation into sort one on her way upward. Irma had accepted a job as assistant to the presence of large nationally famous organization. She had been tremendously excited about the situation, for the president was most capable, a likely likable person doing many exciting things. Unfortunately, he was fired about a year after Irma went to work for him. So she she had to move on. On the other hand, some people successfully employ a wait it out this too shall pass philosophy. A situation turns over, but rather than leave many people pull in their necks and wait it out, hoping that things will take turns on their better for the better. It is a brave tactic usually employed by people who, for one reason or another, do not feel that they can find a better job. Sometimes personal consideration makes moving impractical, thus individual feels he has a little option other than just like stick it out come what may. Conclusion. You are now aware the subject of career management, and if you are interested in it, you can delve into its many facets more truly over the next few years as your career aspiration mature. If you desire career in the sales field, the capsule advice that summarize most of what had been previously said is number one, careful select an industry whose products working condition appeal to you, then try to stay in that industry, making as many contacts in it as possible. Be well known in your industry. Number two, select a firm in that industry with the best reputation, which provides good sales training. Three, remember that right from the first day on the job, you are being evaluated for future potential. Next, number four, do not allow yourself to become bogged down in situation that holds little promise for you. Time can become a force, can be too tall for promoting. If money is important to you, select industry and companies that are known to pay high earnings. Excuse me. Do not expect to outperform your industry if the money isn't there. There is no way you're going to get it. Discussion question. To all my friends and viewers, small tuber, you can answer this question. Number one, if you are listening to my video. In recent years, there has been much comment about equal employment opportunities for women. What types of selling jobs can best be filled by women? Can excuse me, can women be industrial sales reps? Number two, in what type of selling would an older person probably be far more effective than a younger one, other factors being equal? Number three, would the type of customer upon whom you would call be of importance to you? Should it? Number four, as you study the job of different kinds of salesperson, what factor other than pure economic one might influence you towards some of them, assuming that you had ability to make good in any of them. Five, in what kind of sales work would a high IQ be an asset? Would it ever be a liability? Six, what would be differences between selling for a large corporation and a small company? Might there be any differences in the nature of the sales between large firms in the same industry? Seven, if you had your choice between selling only one product line to all classes of customers and selling several product lines to one class of trade, which would you prefer? Number eight, If you are interested in high earning in selling, tell exactly how you would go about getting them. What type of selling would you enter? How would you go about getting into the field? 9. What are the some of the advantages and disadvantages of being salesperson in a quality furniture store? 10. Would you the geographical location of your sales territory makes any difference in the nature of your service? Now we are the end of the topic and also the question. Let's proceed to case study. Case 2-1 Mark Caldwell. I decided I decided to let them fire me rather than resign so I could get a good hunk of separation pay plus unemployment compensation, said Mark Caldwell. To one of his old professor, he continued, I had told them that I had to be transferred out of building materials and out of South Dakota, but the boss didn't seem to offer much hope for relief. I just couldn't take calling on all those small town lumber dealers out in the boondocks. So here I am, a year older back home, out of the job, getting married next month. God has any suggestion, Professor told that Mark had returned the state university after serving a hitch in the Navy. While Mark had started out to be an engineer, he had second thought about began a program which a kind of person might describe as a random sampling of the university curricula. He was trying to find something in which he could get interested. The field of marketing caught interested when he took the basic course in it, graduating with a fair record overall and excellent one of in marketing. He accepted employment as sales trainee with a well-regarded national manufacturer of building materials and floor products. The professor had a close relationship with Mark's employers and had been told that Mark has been outstanding trainee in the 6 months training program held at the company home office in Dice. He was immediately assigned to the building materials division and given a sales territory in South Dakota. Many trainees had been assigned to various office jobs around the home office while waiting for territories to open up. They were not always so fortunate in being assigned to a major division. Management had high hopes for Mark. Being at loss to know what to tell Mark, the professor asked him, well, what do you really want to do with yourself? That is the question. That's just it. I don't know. I think I want a job management somewhere. I am tired of pushing a car over the roads. Mark replied. Well, if I heard of anything that may be for you, I'll give you a ring. The professor said, parting. Number question number one. What did the professor feel like telling Mark? Question number two. What action should Mark take in locating a job? Case study 2-2 Big Star Change of Job. Yung kay Mark Cardell, Where to Know. Yan. I've just been offered a job with Ben Hogan to cover a territory in upstate New York. Not sure yet what I should do. How about Talking it over, said Dick Start to Mac Nelson, one of his close friends. Dick, a former football star at Southwestern University upon completion of his eligibility, had accepted a job with a newly established wholesaler of a golf and tennis equipment in Denver, while the two partners in business handled all the inside sales work. Dick covered an all-pro shop in Colorado, Wyoming, New Mexico, and Montana. His major lines were Dunlop and PGA equipment, Ethnic shoe, Borton's bag, and several lesser-known brands of clothing. His selling effort, considered relatively successful, resulted in his being offered an opportunity to buy into the business. He declined the offer because he did not have the money and would not have much influence in the management of the business. Dick gained a small amount of fame in the area among the pros because of his rather unusual golfing talents. There are numerous pros with whom he had played whom would swear that he could hit ball farther than anyone in the world. Unfortunately, some of his pulls almost match his drives from distance. However, he was a good golfer overall, but would not have been able to go on tour without considerable work, which he was unwilling to undertake. Dick was being paid a 6% straight commission, while this presented him with opportunities to make good money. There were some complications that month he took orders for 40,000 worth of goods, but the company was able to ship only $10,000 worth because of limited inventory. His earnings seemed to be more a function of the firm inventory than of his effort, but this had somewhat abated in recent months as the firm became stronger financially. Dick paid his own expenses. Then Ben Hogan offer was for $900 per month plus expenses commission that would allow him to make about $18,000 a year if he sold as much as the previous representative in the territory had sold the previous year. He would have about a 4-month vacation each year. During that time, the course in his territory were closed for the winter. Presently, Dick was working 12 months a year. Most courses in the Southwest were open throughout the year. Number one, what are the advantages and disadvantages of each position? That is number one question. Number two, what would you have done? Why? What do you think Dick did? Why? Now let's go to the case study to the street Caroline birds, a place in the sun. After 5 years of working as a secretary officer for a charge for a large appliance manufacturer, Caroline Bartsch for a more challenging job somewhere in marketing as she put in. Caroline had graduated from a small liberal arts college in the East with an outstanding record of a history major. Bernard found her training to be of much use on her job, but then she had not expected it to be. He was not solution about higher education and its relevancy to business operation. She had seen that for some reason in that young people who were coming into the company with MBA degrees were being given the red carpet treatment into good managerial position after a short time in training. These were jobs Caroline wanted to. She decided to quit work and enroll in some MBA program. She selected program a private Southwestern University which provided her an opportunity to gain experience in the marketing field. Caroline experienced during a year in the NBA program clearly told her that she loved the work entitled in the most uh, marketing program. I even like selling, she confessed as if it would be regarded as a sin. She continued talking with her advisor. I really think that it would be of immense value to me to start to work in selling, so I that type of field experience to take with me into the kind of managerial work I'd like to get into. The advisor nodded and asked, and what kind of managerial work is it that you want? Eventually, I really like to run the whole show. I met the women really uh, here locally who own their own companies and are doing great nationally. I can tell you know how much I really admire them. They have it all together, and that's what I want. I know that is a long way down that line, but I'm willing to pay the price to get there. The professor smiled as he joined, watching such ambition in motion. Then he asked, well, then, what is that bothering you? Is this selling? I don't want the usual junk job they throw the woman. Cosmetically make whole and you can have real estate. I want some real hard industrial sales experience, but I don't have any leads. Have you any ideas where I might go? Not offhand, but let's talk about it for a minute. That's what said. What industry appeals to you? You remember talking about the importance of identifying yourself with an industry and then staying with it for a career, don't you? Caroline nodded that the problem I really don't have anything that turns me on. Did you like what you were doing this past year? Not really. Retailing just doesn't have what I want. You said you admire these two local women who have made such famous name for themselves. You like their industry, the professor asked. That's cosmetic and real estate. No way. I hate being difficult, but that is just the way I feel, she said. No need to feel guilty about it. Most people are in the same boat. Very few people know what they really want to do, what they really like, what industry will satisfy them. The person who finds a real liking is indeed fortunate and rare, but that doesn't mean that we can work on it and narrow down your choice. Caroline relaxed and talked a bit about what she liked doing. It developed that she was not overly fond of mathematics, the arts, or sporting events. She seemed to be more people-oriented. They liked her and she liked them. She wants to do her undergraduate days were filled with activities of which she was usually learned. Why do you think you want industrial selling? She was asked. I just love being complicated machinery. I don't know why, I just do. It fascinates me. I love to go through factories. Remember when you went through the Ford factory? I love it. The professor asked, "Why don't you try for one of the big machine manufacturers? Ingersoll Rand Link, Belt Keller Air Tool Division of Gardner, Denver FMC or the like. There are too a lot of them, so you have quite a number to choose from." Caroline threw for a moment, then asked, "Do you think I could get into selling such things?" "I just have a hunch that it might not be as difficult as you make it. But don't think for 1 minute that such company are going to hand you price list and push you into a territory. It takes a lot of time training for such job." Suddenly changing the subject, Martin said, "As what about Texas?" Uh, Sige, yan, Kuracha, matulog ka na po, wag masyado magpipilitan. Medyo malapit-lapit na rin akong matapos. Magpo-4 hours na ako, so 5 hours. Pero tapos bukas para tapusin yung topic ko. Actually, itong second topic ko patapos na eh. Pupunta na ako dun sa third topic. Good night, Mian Kuracha. Instrument. All that micro circuit business grabs me, and their new watches are something else. Do you know anyone there would walk talk to me? That's quite a shift for big machine to very small ones. But you won't have much trouble talking to the people as Texas Instrument. However, they may be insistent upon a degree in electrical engineering. Their products are highly technical. You might run into trouble meeting their jobs specification. For a while, no one spoke. Then the professor asked, "Have you ever considered such firms as IBM or Xerox or any one of a number of such business equipment manufacturers?" "Yes, but I don't want to do what most of the others to do. It seems as a very other person I meet is working for IBM or Xerox." Um, Tulog ka na po, Min Coracha. Thank you po sa pagbisita ha. Ah, Matulog ng maaga, huwag masyado magpupuyat. Ako ay malapit na rin matapos, mga 1 hour na lang. Ako kumpletuhin ko lang yung 5 hours. Yes, but I don't want to do what most of the others do. It seems as if a very other person I met is working for IBM or Xerox. I want to be different. The professor declined the comment on her declaration, preparing instead to offer some more alternatives. Where do you want to live? Is location important to you? Not really. I'll go anywhere the job is right. She continued. Where would I most likely to be able to be promoted into sales management? There is no way of answering that, for it all depends upon you, the situation, and the future. The professor answered. It would be easy to say that your chances of being promoted are greater in industry that sell to women, or which women are widely employed. For example, you would find it much easier to rise in the advertising industry than in selling men's apparel to men's store. As painful as it may be, for you to hear. There is there are some situations in which men are distinctly prefer. You may not find much or reception with a company that sells equipment to football teams, but to know, but there will, but where is this all leading us? I still don't know how to proceed, even though I know the general direction I want to go. Can you give me some specific things to do? Yes, I think I can. This is the question number one. What would you tell Caroline to do in seeking a job in industrial sales? Number two, should she go into industrial sales where the going may be tough, or should she seek some industry that is obviously more amenable to women sales representative? And number three, do you think a woman can sell large industrial machines tools successfully? This is the end of my topic of careers in selling, the two preparation for selling. My next topic is you, as in you. But for the meantime, I will take a break for my friends and viewers. I will eat for dinner a while. Uy. Yes. Thank you for waiting. Let's proceed to the next topic. Shout out to Luma ko, shout out to Darling ko. All right, my topic, chapter 3 is you. Yes, you, you. This is you and you. Experience is good. Experience is a good teacher. She doesn't allow dropouts. And that is true. An outstanding sales manager, we ask, what do you think is the most important factor leading to success in selling? He answered, the person characters. When studying successful selling careers, one cannot help being strongly impressed by the importance of personal character traits as a major factor supporting success. Indeed, many people with severe handicaps have no overcome great determination or by other strength of character. Unfortunately, for more frequently person with a great natural ability fails because of deficiency in personality of character. So it seems proper to spend sometimes studying ourselves. Importance of your personality. All I am looking for is an honest person who is not afraid of hard work. I am mainly interested in someone who can sit down with me and carry on in an intelligence conversation. Our film simply wants people with good workable intelligence who can get along with other people. We want people who make a good impression on those whom they meet. I keep asking myself, can our people live with this person for next 20 years? These were the replies given by the sales manager visiting a college campus when asked what they were looking for in the people they interview. In general, when choosing young people for sales work, sales managers usually look for personality rather than for special or training. IBM policy for hiring salesperson is to seek a person with a certain fundamental characteristic and then furnish the necessary sales training. A district manager for Gardner, Gardner, Denver said, "Show me some with workable personality and will furnish all the technical training needed." They regard these young people as raw materials rather than as finished product. No candidate whose personality or characters fails to measure up is accordingly have accorded for their opportunity with most firms. The earlier in life a person realizes the importance of the selling fundamentals, the easier it is to develop the desired traits, whether or not that person contemplates a career in selling. These same traits are invaluable because they are contribute to one ability to mix and hold friends, to gain social prestige, to adjust to one environment influence in any field. What personal characteristic do good salespeople possess? What traits, quality, characteristics, attitudes, and ability makes up the effective salesperson? As a chef would put it, what ingredients must be used, or and how much of each? One fact should be made clear on the outset: there is no such thing as one ideal sales personality. As we have pointed out in Chapter 2, there are many kinds of selling jobs and they require different types of salespeople. Excuse me. But experience has indicated clearly that possession of certain traits greatly enhance one's chance for success in selling someone in selling. Some of the more significant success rates are discussed below. Before we launch into this sermon, a word of warning or apology if you prepare about the obvious nature of the following material. Frequently students complain that they do not need to be told to the simple truths. Any idiot knows the stuff we only wish is were so. Happily, most people do know these things, but observation clearly is indicate that insufficient number of people eventually do not know, even if consequently some mention of it here seem advisable for those few souls who seem to be in need of it. Yes, appearance. Fortunately for most of us, perfection of figure or feature is not essential to an effective sales personality, nor for that matter to a winning personality quiet outside the selling field. However, conscientious people make an effort, send themselves favorably to prospect. One does this not only for its good effects on the prospect but also because of its psychological effects on self. People who know their appearance is above of some neglected important perfection in address or grooming. One salesman relates the harrowing details of how he lost sales when he disclosed an slightly tear in the lining of his coat while he was searching his pocket for an important paper. He was keenly aware that the prospect had noted it. and this knowledge upset him completely and ruined his presentation. A salesperson must present a good appearance, not to flaunt it, but to be able to forget about it and sell. Let us now observe the seller through the prospect eye. Clothing. Appropriateness is the keynote. Appropriateness for the occasion and perhaps for the type of selling work the person will be expected to do. Clothing that is too conspicuous attracts attention to its head and away from the message one is trying to put across. Thomas J. Watson, longtime International Business Machine Corporation president, instead that his salesmen wear dark suit, black and ties and shoes and white shirt. On the contrary, many salespeople make a practice of wearing unusual clothes in the belief that people will remember them for it. This may be a good tactic when one is calling a long-time regular customer, but it may not be so smart when trying to make a favorable first impression. Detailed suggestions are superfluous as most people learn how to dress. These suggestions are designed to be helpful if a salesman wears business suit, but should not be interpreted as dictating that every salesman must always be so attired. One Southern Purina feed salesman claimed that it was the kiss of death for him to wear suit while calling on a farmer. He maintained that a salesman should have dressed much in the same manner as the people upon whom he is calling, lest make them feel inferior or self-conscious. Good advice. Women in selling are posed with an even more difficult problem than men are because they have more dress options from which to choose and they may find their prospect more opinionated about what is appropriate for them to wear. Rather, obviously, a saleswoman usually should not dress as if she were attending a cocktail party or evening social function. On the other hand, in an attempt to avoid looking feminine, some women have gone to their other extreme and have tried to dress severely, even in a masculine fashion, thus giving rise to further criticism. However, one young woman was selling cars said, around here I gotta wear slack all the time. Practical clothes for working outdoors, getting in and out cars, and even doing some dirty works. Dress don't it make in selling cars, and no doubt there are other woman car salesmen who would declare otherwise. At this point, we used to delve into a long list of personal cleanliness habits which can interfere with the persuasion process. However, reading about these matters evidently bothers students as much as the reality bothers customer. So let us just say that many sales are lost when some aspect of the salesperson, personal cleanliness, or grooming in such that the prospect mind is blocked from considering the sales proposition. All he can think about is the person's offensive characteristic. One college graduate found it is impossible to get the selling job he wanted selling menswear for manufacturer because he was grossly overpaid. weighed 250 pounds and only 6 feet tall. During college, he had successful salesman uh, clothing in a retail store. But even without the contact made during that time and the strong recommendation supporting him, no manufacturer would hire him because of his appearance. Unquestionably, the sharp-looking, well-dressed, physically fit individual finds the total impression created by a good appearance of great assistance in making a sale, particularly in selling the customer for the first time. The adage about first impression was not idle prattle. Voice conversational habit. While appearance or how one looks to other partly determines that the first impression created, one's voice and conversational habit are also important in gaining acceptance. Although movies, radio, and television have done much to improve our speaking voices, many people still suffer from each speech defects of some kind. Speech clinics have made tremendous strides in correcting many of these defects so that even rather serious faults may be eliminated by a person willing to work at the problem. Improvement can be attained in enunciation, tone, placement, timbre, unpleasant mannerism, stuttering, stammering, pitch, and other characteristics of faulty speech. Stage-struck youngsters in their teens learn to speak beautifully. The aspiring salesman or saleswoman can do it. To speech is more important in business than it used to be, for we conduct more of business through spoken word and less through letters. The telephone, especially long distance, has made it is possible to talk with almost anyone at will, and soon we are maybe able to see the person and the other ends of the line. Air travel can bring people together easily, and quickly that business which formerly required perhaps weeks of correspondence is now done face-to-face. Facility in using the spoken word is spreading, so it's behove that salesperson to keep abreast at the times. Many people use the tape recorder to learn just how their voices sound. A common reaction is one almost incredulous perplexity, not only at the tonal quality but also other unrealized effects as well. With the weakness thus revealed, the determined individual can attack them. Some voices lack friendliness, warmth, personality. The lower tones sound warmer than higher tones. They have a rich timbre. A person is likely to let his voice rise in pitch when he tries to emphasize a point. One voice, as its rise grows thinner, more shrill, less than impressive, and less forceful. It indicates that one is under considerable tension. When one is obviously tense, the prospect will usually grow more than tense also. This is a bad for the prospect should be relaxed and receptive. Certain speech characteristics seriously detract from one effectiveness. Among the more common problems are mumbling, talking in monotone or too fast, mispronunciation, overuse of slang, and unenthusiastic delivery. The professional carefully develop speaking techniques because of the full realization that a clear, enthusiastic voice which can be varied as needed arise convey meaning and thought to the prospect apart from the word is spoken. It is difficult for the prospect to believe that the product is the best one made in the salesperson voice lacks the enthusiasm, enthusiasm and earnest that should be associated with such claim. Wah, ako yan. Manners and mannerism. Shall we shall we check up on the salesperson manners and mannerism through the prospect's eye? Some of these relate directly to speaking habits and manners, while others consist of physical action. Is the person a good listener, or does he or she interrupt me constantly? Does the person speak respectfully of his own her employees, company, or friends and acquaintances? If you saw, a person will probably ridicule me when I am not present. Question: is the person vulgar? Second question: is the person natural or putting on act? Third question: does the person appear relaxed, poised, at ease, and confident, and nervous, ill, at ease, and tense? How about the handshake? While the way person shakes hands should not be given undue emphasis, still it is one way to create the initial good impression or infinite or improper done. The undesirable poor impression. Just consider your own personal reaction to a stranger who gives you to wishy-washy, the shrug, handshake of fingertip grip just as bad, and the bone crusher handshake of the muscle man. A Chevrolet salesman greets a prospect for buying a new car with a hearty handshake, such as casual social ritual seems so innocent that little thought need be given to it, but no so. The prospective salesperson must quickly sense when a prospect does not want to shake hands. They are people who do not care to do so. Moreover, the wrong kind of handshake can get the sale started off the wrong hand. If it is too firm for the prospect liking, it may be irritating. Few people can stand to be given a limp handshake. It creates unfavorable. image in the prospect mind. And what does the salesman do? That depends on her and her philosophy, but she should not feel obliged to copy her male counterparts in this ritual. Social protocol, which seem to have uh, one in recent time, dictates that the woman calls she shot if she extend her hands first. Then, but what about the woman? Two women do shake hands. What if make prospect stick about her paw and proceed to crush the saleswoman hand? These sound like tribal problems, but in day-to-day selling world, they are things that must be considered. Does the person have any nervous little gesture, habit, or mannerism betraying a lack of experience, poise, and social maturity? Such thing as a rubbing hair, forehead, base of chin, pulling at tight or collar band, drumming with fingertips and tapping from with toe, which may irritate other person, should be noted and corrected. This habit divert attention to the person and away from what is said. Common courtesy is an increasing rare a commodity and commodities. Common courtesy is an increasing rare commodity, and as a commodities become rarer, they become more valuable. Dick's several comes to mind as the case in point. Dick is a young man but 2 years of college whose sales record rapidly advancing for a part-time clerk in college and shop to manager of a large department store. In the beginning, there was real doubt among the owners of the chains that Dick would make it. He missed too many sales and did not seem to have natural flair for clothing sales demonstrated by some young men, but he dug in. He applied himself and quickly mastered the task. But the foundation that supported him through his difficulty was his manner. Many customers, particularly women, voluntarily commented favorably on Dick's unfailing courtesy. As general rule, is particularly important when dealing with women to show courtesies so often absent in most mass distributing institutions today. But do not be misled. Men also notice good manners. The rudeness that seems to be so much the order of the day only makes courtesy more effective. Simply things like thanking the customer for his business or saying good morning can set an entirely different tone to the relationship between the salesperson and the customer. One of the more recent discovery that author made upon his move to Southern California was retail sales clerk widespread habit of saying, "Have a nice day." As the customer depart, it is a friendly gesture make one feel good and cost the giver nothing. The art of selling is the art of pleasing people, and this is start with the way you treat them. Smoking. People who smoke should remember that smoking is the presence of prospect should be indulged in only when the prospect invites it. Such an eminent authority of salesmanship as Arthur Red mostly advised salespeople to stop smoking when starting to sell, even though the prospect may continue to smoke his reason. Number one, smoking distracts attention from what it said. This is especially true if one prides oneself on the ability to inhale strongly. Number two, there is there is always concern of prospect or rug dust, top or papers when unlighted cigarette or cigar is handled carelessly or laid down. And lastly, number three, some prospects just don't like smoke. That is true. One loses no cell by refraining from smoking, but one may lose quite a few by smoking while trying to sell. One real estate salesman had the dubious pleasure of smoking a $750 cigar, for that was the commission he lost on $25,000 sales when he lit up his 2G inside a car on a cold winter day. It took the wife of the couple prospect only 2 minutes to remember an appointment she had forgotten, which had to be kept immediately. They bought one of the houses the salesman had intended to show them that afternoon. But from another salesperson that evening, make no mistake about his non-smoker strongly resent the heard of anyone by something because the salesperson is true. The problem is aggravated in retail stores since personnel because of their continual exposure become insensitive to how the store smell the people entering it. The smell can cling to the merchandise. Few people like to shop is a store that speaks of sales tobacco and smoke. Some helpful some helpful personality elements. Without trying to be too scientific in our analysis, let us examine a few of them of the personality elements that seem to be important in selling. The list is complete intelligence. Speaking broadly, the better selling jobs demand intelligence. If one of is the deal with prospects who have reached a position of prominence or must make complicated computation, one will do better with high IQ. On the other hand, selling in a retail store or from house to house or to dealers who buy the product frequently, as a grocer buy breads, will not hold much interest for people whose IQ is high. In fact, some may do better in such job or at least remain more contented who are not too bright. Not the all people engaged in this type of selling are dumb, far from it, but we are forced to deal in generalities. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that salesperson needs to be able to think fast. It doesn't do much good to think of what you should have said to do the prospect an hour after the presentation. Social intelligence and tact. Social intelligence is the ability to say or do in a social situation at the right thing that facilitates the social intercourse between the parties present. Almost needless to say this trait is essential in selling. The person slow in social intelligence should seek other fields for earnings a living if unable to develop it. Charles Schwab was passing through one of his steel mills one day at noon when he chanced upon some of his workmen smoking. Immediately above their heads was a sign that said, "No smoking." Did Schwab point to the sign and she can you read? Not Scab. He walked over the men, gave each one a cigar and said, "I'll appreciate it, boy, if you will smoke this on the outside." Every man there knew that Scab Esquab realized that his rule had been broken, and they respected him from the tactful way in which he handled the matter. They could understand how he had climbed to his place as one of the big men in the steel industry. The tactful version has the knack of putting others at the ease, never saying or doing anything to wound the sensibility of another. We have all heard someone say, I think you are cool, but I heard Tom say that he thought you had gathered about as far as you could go in business. He seemed to think that you aren't too sharp. The person saying this may think that he has protected himself, but too sharp. The person saying this may think that he's protecting himself, but he hasn't. The friend is addressing his hurt, his ego, his body blows by the speaker and not by Tom. Anytime you put a person in the wrong or deflate someone precious ego, that person will seize the first chance to do the same to you, no matter how you try to place the responsibility on someone else. Many stores instruct their clerks to refrain even implication from pointing out customer mistakes. Clerks selling Pall Mall cigarettes have been told that if a buyer asks for a Pall Mall cigarette, they are to reply Paul's mouth, yes, or temptation to give the correct pronunciation by selling Pell Mills. He is strong, but do not this would not be tactful, for it would make the customer feel inferior. Tact is called for in dealing with those who may feel inferior because of different backgrounds. For example, people lacking in education may suffer from this feeling inadequacy. A university graduate was working in a meat packing plant and was being shifted from department to the department where he learned the business. At one stage, he found himself working between a couple uh, simili- similarly narrates. One of them asked him where he had gone to school and replied that he had attended a certain high school for a while. That was tact and good sense. That young man became a very successful salesman and president of our corporation. This aspect of tact is closely related to what is often referred to as a sales sense. Tact may be displayed as empathically by what a person refrains from saying as by what the person does say. Often a prospect may drop some remarks that lay him wide open for a crushing rejoinder, but the tactful person bites his tongue and bottle up the blasting retort that is struggling for utterance. While we are discussing golden silence, one of the important elements of a good personality is the ability to listen courteously. It is a tragedy of life that baby takes approximately a year to learn talk and then requires the remaining 65 to 70 years to learn the importance of keeping still. Although this is remark may often face issues in a point in serious, how many times have conversed with people gave us the impression that they were paying no attention whatever to what we are saying because they were so intent upon what they were going to what we were saying because they were so intent upon what they were going to say the moment they could interrupt us. To the salesperson, this is especially important because the prospect or the customer invariably likes a person who is not only good talker but also good listener. Being a good listener involves listening with attention, with evident understanding and without interruption, especially by putting words in the speaker's mouth. The speaker may be a slow talker, and maybe you could say it better than the speaker can but don't do it. If we cultivate the knack of letting someone else have a say, then that person is much more inclined to let us have our say. Furthermore, the more the other person talks about, the more we can learn things that may be used effectively later in the interview. It has been truly said that the few people learn much while their mouths are open. Tact is founded not upon hypocrisy, but rather upon genuine liking for others. It is a notable fact that most tough-life salespeople are inclined to see the good points in others and to overlook their weaknesses. They are charitable and tolerant because they like people. We do not seek out and stress the flaw in those whom we like, and disliking for others can be cultivated and developed by anyone who really wishes to do it. We devoted quite a bit of space to this matter of social intelligence for two reasons. It is essential for success in the higher levels of selling. Second, it is a trait which can be developed uh, more easily than can most the other qualities usually possessed by good salespeople. Social intelligence comes pretty close to being the heart of sound salesmanship. When one possesses it, people say that one is a natural born salesman. But nothing could be farther from the truth with social intelligence is almost wholly acquired. Small children possess little or none of it, and their parents, teachers, and doting relatively spend much energy, time, and thought in teaching the elements of social intelligence to their small charges. Some children have better teachers than others. That is about the only differences. Dependability. This is the basic, especially in selling. If you say, I have that in your hands before noon on Friday, you must make good on your promise, even if you have to deliver it yourself and drive all night to do it. If you say your machine will turn on 452 units an hour, it has better to turn 450 and not 449. This theme might be profitable and elaborated because it is fundamental to a sound sales personality. It is related to honest integrity and care to avoid exaggeration. It is the foundation upon which long-run relationship with customer are built. A retailer who bought a retailer who had bought from a traveling salesman for 32 years stated, in all the years I never went wrong on any goods Bill owed me. If he didn't think they would sell to my trade, he wouldn't let me buy them. I depended on his judgment. He never let me down. When a buyer knows that what would you say can be depended on, it is hard for a competitor crack that account. Laughing at the right time. Laughing at the mistakes or misfortune of others makes no friends, but laughing with others when they want you to laugh feeds their ego and they like you for it. Great, there are times that humor with dead fun and they dislike you because you have wounded their ego. To all my friends and viewers, thank you for coming to my channel. This is the end of my discussion. I will continue this tomorrow. Again, my topic is preparation for selling. The title is you. You. Okay, thank you again. Salesmanship says you. Experience is a good teacher. She doesn't allow dropouts. So tomorrow I will discuss uh, you the dominance about the dominance. No, thank you to all my viewers. Good night to all. So I will shout out Rawat, thumbs up, uh, server, Sarawat server. Ann Marisiga, shout out. Ana Marisiga, Min Purata, shout out. Clarence Magbanua, hi po. Min Puracha, Madam and Maris Siga na Liligo Kusina. Min Puracha, stay home, stay home. Min Puracha, Clarence Magbanua, hello. Min Puracha, hydrate. So, Ann Marisiga, Min Puracha, Madam, Min Puracha, tumutulo na sa po sa English kasi mako flowers, Min Puracha, roses, that's roses. Min Kuracha, Angel, Balloon, hello. Min Kuracha, Lumako, hello. Lumako, for you, Min Kuracha, darling ko. Min Kuracha, Min Kuracha, Anmansika, Kiss. Min Kuracha, di ko alam. Ann Marisca, Min Kuracha, anong oras mo? Madam, di ako Marisiga. Okay. Min Kuracha. Sa Wednesday po, Madam, free stream edit po. Nagsalit lang ako habang tulog. Marisiga. Si Henry Peño, okay. Ng WH niya. Oo, tama. Ann Marisiga. Mary Jane, Mary Jane Park. Dito lang po ako kanina pa. Mary Jane Park, nakalimutan Joe mag-chat, sorry. Ann Marisiga, shoutout Mary Jane Park. Ann Marisiga, okay lang Park. Ann Marisiga, uh, love you Park. Man Marisiga, Min Kuracha, hello CC Park. Mary Jane Park, I love you Mami Sisi ko at kuya ko. Mary Jane Park, dito lang po ako. Mary Jane Park, Tamsak Dan. Mary Jane Park, Kuya, play na lang po kita sa laptop. May pupuntahan lang ako. Mary Jane Park, pupunta ako kay kay PM online diyan magre-relax na stress po kasi ako. Lolo Shark, thumbs up dan po. Lolo Shark, makulag po ito. Uh, Mary Jane Park, Lolo Shark, sorry di ako nakabalik sa'yo. Mary Jane Park, play na lang kita sa laptop eh. Mary Jane Park, no problem. Lolo Shark, kung po, maraming tao ayaw ng trabaho sa field. Kuracha, Lolo Shark, hello. Nasaan si Daddy Shark? Lolo Shark, still Misteo. Maku Vlog, thumbs up dan po. Maku Vlog, Ninja, salamat po. Kuracha, host, matulog na po ako kasi gigising ako ng maga. Again, to all my viewers and friends, thank you for visiting my channel. I will also support you because you support me. And for those not come here, please come and you will learn about my topic. Just listen to my video or to my topic that I discuss it. God bless you. More blessing comes and God bless you all. Bye bye.